Only here for the tacos. This streamer, the content's not important. You're doing the right thing. Don't blame you.
Seek and you shall find me.
Let's move.
What's up, guys?
The dog wags his tail, a small bag clenched between his teeth.
+5, +5. Let's do this one. Obviously. We did it. What's up, guys?
He gives in and surrenders his find to you.
Pristine mesh toe sandals. Good boy. Huh. Okay. Looks pretty useless, but I appreciate it anyway.
Can't slow down.
You're redoing Baldur's Gate 3 as Karlach. Karlach murders for me. My team just murders right now. Oh, by the way, we can super buff our group. So let's do that.
Wits and blades, always sharp.
Okay, and then here we go. Here. Boom.
What to do? On my way.
We ball. There's nothing else we can do, right? It's aid, it's mage armor, and it's long strider, right? There's nothing else. There's no other permanent buffs till long rest that I can do.
No, never mind.
Very hyped for POE today.
If not over, then through.
POE day is a good day. The announcement is in a few hours. Yes. We ball. So these guys hate me. I've literally killed every single... I've killed all of them. They're all dead. Crystal, why not? Okay, we have pretty much killed everybody. Killed everybody in the classroom, we killed everybody in the captain's quarters, we killed everybody in the hatchery. The only people we didn't kill were at the door. Everything's good. She calls me dog. It's all good. Hey, here's a green sword. I'll take that.
I need more pockets.
You just watched all the previous playthroughs? Did you see when my monk stepped in the lava on that boss? Did you see that? Yep. Dead bodies everywhere, just like we like them. So I think we go... We want to go this way, then we want to take a right. Playing Baldur's Gate 3, we're waiting. Oh, are you guys mad at me? Well, I'm sorry to tell you, that's not good news for you. You should have stayed where you were. Missed. God, you're lucky.
Survival is all that matters.
That may have just saved your life. Oh, there's many. Oh, this is gonna be a brawl. Okay.
No hesitation.
All right. So you can't play. You're dead. Okay. Nice try. Okay, Shadow Girl. We don't really need you to do anything. Level 6 Sunbeam. It resets on long rest, so I can only cast it once. I guess let's just do this. Let's just do something simple. Okay. That guy just hit me for almost my entire HP bar. Are you fisting me right now? Is that real? What just happened? Once again, I think I'm not gonna take them seriously.
In striking distance.
Okay. So, Karlach.
Can't even catch my breath.
I think I'm actually going to bring the monk back.
All right then.
There you go. You can't attack. Just in case he blocks this. Oh, it's just okay. Yeah, he blocked a lot of it. And he's gone. Okay.
Ready for another round?
So Karlach should be able to 100-0 this archer. Even with it being low ground. Let's see. Yep. And then one more. And you're gone. Then I'll have Karlach stand here so he can't. Does shove do any damage? Nah. What Boots of the Giant do? Damn, nice kick.
I'm ready.
Okay, Karlach is amazing. Let's just throw a potion at Monkey Boy. Good enough. I don't have enough resources. You can't reach the destination, just on your turn, you're fine. How in the world did you see how that guy shot me from there to there? It's impossible. What? We're definitely going monk
I
first.
wonder if this is worth the cost.
Dude, how unlucky could I possibly get? My God.
I got this.
All right.
This'll help.
Well, okay then. Damn, I think I'm gonna have to give the MVP to Karlach there.
Better than nothing.
I think we'll just press Y here. And that was... Hey, I got all of her rare stuff. Excellent. I got all the rare stuff that she was trying to sell me for free. All I had to do was kill her. Well, that pretty much settles how we're going to be solving all problems going forward. What spear is Karlach using? The one that returns. The returning pike. Okay, we killed every single person in the entire camp, all of them.
Something good here, I hope.
Short bow +1. Take that. Was there another dead guy back there?
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
Alright, let's go back. We get more loot, we get more XP. It's kind of a no-brainer, really. Just kill everybody. I mean... we could not kill him. Or... we could kill everyone. You know? By the way, is there anybody over here? Did we leave any survivors? I hope not. Did we open that elegant chest, by the way? Yeah, we did. Yep. Right, we didn't loot this warrior. Oh, and he had a key. Hi, Dragon. How are you? Want to come to a home poker game? Chauncey Billups will be there. Isn't that, wasn't he in the news lately for, sports betting and cheating? It's not just him. Let's see here. Let's just port. There's a lady right here. Let's just port it. What are the charges? Was he already convicted? JC gifted 5 subs. This guy is a god. You get the same amount of XP for not killing things, but Mo, this is what I've been doing. I talk to them, and I talk my way through it, and I do all their quests, and they're happy with me, and then I kill them. Isn't that the play? Because even if... Do you get double XP, and even if you don't, you get the loot, right? Appreciate you, JC.
What news of our little project? Have you found the egg?
Yes, I have.
Now, no need to get out of humor. Manners are everything. So, where's the egg?
Well, I do have it. All right, let's just give it to her.
Fortuitous indeed. You shall be rewarded immediately.
Okay.
A pleasure to do business with you.
She gave me $452. Is there any reason why I can't kill her?
Thank you so much. Do be sure to pop into the lodge should you ever visit Baldur's Gate. I should hope so. When adventure calls, I am always thoroughly prepared. Take a look.
This is a staff. It gives me Thunderous Smite as an evocation. That seems very good. Should I buy this to teach it to Jim Bob, or is that not a good spell? It's a great spell. You'll learn it eventually. Yeah, it's a lot of money. This seems very good. Let me see. What is Jim? What is Jim Bob using? He gets +1 bonus. Yeah, I don't think I need that either. So I don't think I need any of this, do I?
Now, I believe you have places.
Does she give me a quest later or anything, or can I just kill her? Is there any reason I can't kill her? For later? You find her again in Act 3, right? Does she have anything good, or does she have a good quest, or... I'll just let her live. Story and flavor. There is a quest. She is a good vendor later. Okay. I'll let her live for now, but I am going to kill her. But only after she has... Only after she has proven her worth, of course. The Cat's Grace armor is really good. What is she selling it now?
Thank you so much. I should hope so. When
Cat's
adventure
Grace.
calls, I am always thoroughly prepared. Take a look. Now, I believe you have places to be.
I already bought it. Oh. She had really good stuff, and I bought it. By the way, we never respect Karlach. I forgot to respec her. Alright, where's Smithers? No, I have to respec her again and take out every point out of dexterity.
Is that you?
Fate, spin. Dost thou require a new ally? Or mayhaps a resurrection, as thou desire?
So we go Barbarian. And then we level her up. Alright, she lost all of her buffs. Oh, we didn't do her abilities. Oh. God damn it.
Dost thou require a new
Yeah.
as thou
Yeah, here. Here. Okay, so we want her dex to be 0. She doesn't need charisma. She never talks. So do I just pump wisdom here, or what would help a giant throwy person? What would help a giant throwy person? Absolutely nothing. Strength and constitution, right, but I can't add any more there. She always has 19 dex, I believe. We don't need dex. She already has super high dex. You can go up to 20, but I can't add it here, can I? It won't let me. Or do I just save the 7 ability points? Put dex up to 14. Guys. We have... Can I show you her gear? We have gloves. We have 19 dex. We have dex. You see this dex line? Forget that it exists. The dex doesn't exist. It's not there. It's like the monster under your bed. You had a flat tire. Did you get it fixed? The gloves shouldn't be on her. I mean, why not? My monk has 20 dex and 19 strength. But even numbers don't help. So Wiz and Int are only for casters. But she also never talks. I thought Dex was pretty good on Karlach. Remove all charisma, go all wisdom for saving throws. Okay. Let's go with that. Okay, let's go with that then, for now.
Let's turn down the fire.
So now if we check... Yeah, see, she has 18 dex. So Gale and Shadowheart just cast spells the whole time, so dex doesn't help them. And my monk already has 20 dex, 19 strength, so the only one who benefits from these is Karlach. There's no one who does the gloves aren't going to help anybody. Shadowheart and Gale, they never get in the fight. They stay 1,000 miles away. So then we want to go giant. Okay, we don't want to be a berserker. We want to be a giant. New feat available. Then we take Tavern Brawler, right? And we put 1 into strength. Okay. Okay, so Karlach should be a happy camper now. Wait, we can't trade with Smithers, can we?
What do we have here?
Let's get on with it. Can't afford to stay idle. This way.
Karlach, you don't get a bonus to your HP this round. I'm sorry. I should really have an elf ranger. Well, I have Karlach. I don't want a long rest. I just want to. How do I go back without long resting?
But now,
I don't want a long rest. I don't want a short rest. I want to just leave.
step by step.
Just press M and I can't fast travel. How do I not long rest? But just partial rest. I gotcha. Thank you. Alright, well, I gotta rebuff everybody. Alright, it's alright. You can cheese the food, pun intended by...
I am ready.
You have my attention.
There is work to do.
Oh, I just lost a level 3 spell for no reason. Oh well. Okay. 69 Keck W, perfectly planned. Okay. Am I even close to Act 2, guys, or no?
Step carefully. Like a trap there.
There's a trap.
Holy. Level 3? Okay. See if they're weak to anything. It's resistant to everything except radiant. Okay. What about you guys? Anything except poison, huh? Okay, I don't know. Let's go fire at anything.
That's it.
Critical miss.
What now?
Okay, my monk should be able to honestly just pretty much kill them all.
No
See what
time for
happens.
mercy.
Okay, that was not good at all. He got to do 3 actions. He got to summon a ghoul and then swing at me twice. Crazy. Those guys are all going to die to Gale Bedeker. I probably don't even need to... Probably don't need to do anything here. I guess let's get a little closer. Heal Monkey Boy. I think they're all dead already. Not that guy. Let's just do this. Yeah, good enough.
No, all do.
Now Gale Bedeker is gonna... should do work here.
Indeed.
Shouldn't get punched here. That's good. This is gonna hurt. Mm-hmm. Why didn't my monk punch him? Okay. This is easy kills for Karlach. By the way, that guy had 68 health. Didn't realize he was that chonky. Okay, no problem. And we bring Karlach. We bring Karlach up here.
Time to push my luck again.
Alright, can my monk 100-0 this guy? Let's start with this. Okay, we don't need to 100-0 him anymore. Now we're going for this guy. Can we 100-0 this guy?
You've made a grave mistake.
That was extremely good. That was extremely bad. He made both... My monk made both of them unable to take their turns. Absolutely beautiful. Fucking goat. Nice job. Nice job, Shadow Fart. Just at your turn, it doesn't. Okay, Gale Bedeker has done everything. We don't really need to spend any more spells. We can just throw a stupid ass fireball. Good enough. Alright, now you're in trouble. 85 or 85. My monk will kill him.
Go on.
Okay, that was pretty good. You're dead. Wait for the weapon to come back. It's back already. Okay, end turn. Alright, monkey boy, ready? Very good. Let's just see if we can save our Kai points. Critical miss. Gone. Sayonara, motherfuckers. How dare you attack me on the hill?
Anything of use?
God, all of my party members are full. Alright, let's bite the bullet. Let's go. Honestly, let's just turn around and sell at Granny Smith over here. She is south. So this way.
Feet can carry me.
Oh god, come on, dude. Gale has some room. Give Gale something. Shadowheart has some room. Jesus. We got way too much crap here. $65, $400, $11. Throw that one away. Drop the $11 thing. Thank you. Still... My god, dude. Game, work with me here. Nope. It's way too heavy. Okay. I can walk again. I'm going the wrong way, by the way. Did I sex the bear yet? No. No, I have not. That is not... I hope I never do. This is my first playthrough ever. I have no clue what I'm doing.
Something's on my mind.
Thank you so much. Do be sure to pop in. I should hope so.
I do know I'm about to sell her a lot of stuff. Something tells me... I'm not even going to look at any of it. I just want to trade. I don't want to barter. Take the $2 shoes. Select everything. I'll keep the blues to keep my torch as well. Maybe we want to keep the boots on. Insufficient. Bro, I just started selling. You're already out of money? Bro. You poor piece of shit.
Now.
Oh. Come on. I already bought all of her stuff. How did I get past the glyph fight with the dragon? Oh, the guy's... Yeah, the guy's blocking the way. I don't know. We'd have to go back and watch the replay, but I think I completely steamrolled them.
I need a quick word.
Didn't we...
Welcome back. Have you made any new discoveries? I do enjoy a good bargain.
Didn't we just like insta kill them? I believe we insta killed them. Oh, come on. Why are you guys so poor?
Very well. So many minds connected. What could they accomplish?
Was this game on sale on Steam? I had this game in my library for a long time. I didn't buy it or any. I already had it, I mean. Okay. I don't know. I don't know. Should be good enough. Can we go play now? Should be good enough. Okay, out we go. I should rebuy the sword. It'll come in handy. Falar. Do we really do we really need it? Like, I will go rebuy it. Do we really need it that badly?
With haste.
Honestly, like part of the thing with the game being slow is just, I think, people just not knowing stuff about the game, right? Like, I don't know how long I played, like a lot of hours to get to this point. If I played it again, I could do it like 5 times faster. Like, I would just fly. Are we anywhere close to Act 2 or no?
At the ready.
Okay, I didn't loot Death Shepherd. I didn't loot the ghoul. Let me just double check. Did I miss anybody else? Empty. I didn't loot the gas. I didn't loot the chest. I didn't loot this guy. Obviously, since they're dead, they won't be needing their chest. $77 for my trouble. This isn't modded in any way. This is just Baldur's Gate 3. Just going up the road, looking at all the paths available.
Broken. Need to find another way.
Okay.
Something over there.
Level 20? Oh, shit.
Who there?
Dumbledore?
Stay thy course a moment to indulge an old man.
Elminster?
The very same, Gale. And a fair bit miffed he is, too, finding himself forced to expose his best pair of boots to so many miles of country road on your behalf.
Meet Elminster Ormar. A good friend of mine, but rather more significantly, he's the most famed and respected wizard in the realms.
Am I, indeed? Most famed and respected errand boy, more like. I was bid to spare neither time nor my own self to find you. She sent me, Gale. You know of whom I speak.
But why? Out with it, Elminster. Please.
Young man, has your sojourn away from Waterdeep washed away your decorum as well as your patience? Nigh a 10-day I've gone without honest fare, worthy of the name. Drank naught, but what the sky entitled my thirst. Why, some bread, cheese, and a cup of wine would appear unto me a feast. Surely you would begrudge me a mite of rest and repast before I get out with it?
Oh, for the love of...
This way then? To your camp? Oh, don't dawdle now, lad. You're the one who's in such a frightful hurry.
Oh, nigh on 13 centuries old and he still thinks with his stomach. We'd best follow and see if he's more disposed to speak plainly once it's stopped its grumbling. A wise choice. Better to indulge your curiosity than Elminster's appetite.
Yes, what a delightful wedge of old Elturian that was. Doesn't do to parley on an empty stomach, you know. Makes one's words frivolous when they should be grave. Plenty to digest, after all. A good deal to stew over, if you will. Words ladled with import should be savored so as to better absorb their meaning. Wouldn't you agree?
Elminster!
Right. You see, that is to say, Gale, my boy, I've come to address a most pressing matter. I'll speak as plainly as I can, forswearing the accustomed frills that decorate my speech.
Did he come here to kill Gale?
I'm here on behalf of Mistra. The message and the charge I bring you are hers.
Oh, Mistra's delicate feet are ill-suited for the hardships of the road.
You know where you went wrong, Gale. No, we needn't dwell on that here and now. But even so, you're to be given a chance of redemption.
Mistra would consider forgiveness.
She would consider what she considers to be forgiveness. Mistra is aware of the misadventures that have befallen you both. She knows of your strife with the Absolute, that most insidious of evils. Alas, the creature that afflicts you, the ill-begotten magic that it weaves, is inextricably conjoined with both the greater purpose and the greater master that it serves. You must know that the Absolute is more dangerous than you can possibly conceive. It threatens all who live, even those who are undying. It threatens the gods, the weave, the very fabric of the universe itself. That is why I have come here to charge you, Gale, with its destruction. It is Mystra's belief that only you can.
Jim Bob, the level 7 wizard that does no damage in my party, and we have Dumbledore level 20 in front of us, and Gale's gonna do it? That's like sending Neville Longbottom to kill Voldemort.
The orb.
Precisely. Mystra has granted me the power to stop the clock, as it were, on the orb's rush to overpower you. Instead, you will be able to unleash its lethal combustion at will.
Interesting. This could be help or hindrance. We shall have to see.
Is that the bug talking to me?
Find the heart of the absolute, whatever that may be, and use yourself as the catalyst that will burn it from this world.
We'll be rid of the absolute and Gale in one fell swoop. Win-win.
He is not. But it seems that Mystra is.
It brings me no pleasure saying this, my friend, but such is Mystra's will. Yours must be the sacrifice that will undo the absolute. And for your sacrifice, you will be redeemed. Such is Mystra's promise. With that, I've said my sorry piece, and need only bestow unto thee the charm I was bid. Mina hastra mistraril, Italion, thras annas dithra. It is done. Both charge and charm have been committed into your care. To you, I commit into care Gale himself. I count on you to shepherd him well on this strangest of journeys.
Okay.
On my honor, I'm not sure yet I can say the same.
Like moons make swell and wane the nescient seas, so too the sky-strewn gods ordain the tidal fates of mortal days. And yet, an ocean born in lonely hours, come ebb, come flow, come all that is beyond the breadth of our dominion. Be a moon unto yourself. Even the waves of fate can break upon the shores of will. Farewell, my friend.
Farewell, Elminster. I'm glad she chose you. An audience with Elminster is never less than memorable. I'd have hoped to introduce you to him in less dire circumstances. But those are hard to come by these days.
Yeah, that guy should enter the Scrabble World Championships. Do any of you guys want to impress me? Without Googling it, can anyone tell me, just from your own knowledge, who is considered to be the best Scrabble player of all time? Do any of you actually know who it is? No Googling it. Anybody actually know who it is? There's one person regarded as the greatest player ever. Okay, none of you know. it is that guy that memorized the French dictionary and won the event. It is him. He has won the Scrabble World Championship in French, and he doesn't speak French. And he's also won the Spanish Scrabble World Championship, and he doesn't speak Spanish. Biden, yes, it was Joe Biden, who is known for his incredible memory and intellect. Yeah, it was Joe Biden. You got it. Lisa McScrabble McGee. His name is Nigel Richards. Nigel Richards is the greatest Scrabble player of all time.
It's not a demand he wanted to make of me. As mistress chosen, he had no choice but to deliver her message, however much it pained him to do so. For Mistra to have sent him, the severity of her bidding could not be clearer, or weigh more heavily on me. Time seems so infinite when you're young. A month is an age. A year is a lifetime.
John Scrabble.
It is a strange feeling to realize how little of it one might have left. Of course, we offer the clearest solution to our problem. All I have to do is find the right place and time, close my eyes, and let go. Then the slate will be clean. Wrongs will be righted, the absolute will be gone, and I along with it.
This is the question.
I've no doubt she has the power to do so, but as for the permission, Ao would not look kindly on her meddling in mortal affairs. Divine intervention has a tendency to make things worse, not better. As for Elminster, he saved the realms more times than legend can recount. But to take on a god is no easy feat, even for him. My orb is the best chance we have, and only I can wield it. Possibly the most spectacular one ever conceived. But essentially, yes, I'm living on borrowed time in more ways than one. Perhaps this is how it must be. That remains ahead of us for now. The heart of the Absolute must be discovered before I can stop its beating.
Yeah, Elminster has to be banging Mistra for sure.
Then I suppose there is nothing more to be done but find the heart of the Absolute and stop its beating.
Alright, I haven't talked to Karlach at all about her story. I guess let's...
Oh, was that Gale's granddad?
Oh!
It doesn't ring a bell. But all right. Must have had something important to say to Gale if he came all this way. Good news, I hope. Whoa now, he's got a... Well, I guess that would explain a little, but... Mistra? I mean, this is a lot to take in. What's he going to do? Fuck me. There's devotion and then there's stupidity. If the god of magic can't handle this without sacrificing Gale, she's no god at all. Poor Gale. He must be in bits after hearing that. I'll distract him. Tell him I haven't read a book since secondary school. Watch his face melt off. Gives me energy. Power. But you've seen it in action. Very hard to control. If I'm excited at all, angry, nervous, delighted, enticed, I burn hot. Hot enough to burn anyone who gets close. Agonizing. God, gods, what I wouldn't give for a hug. A pat, anything. You've never met anyone so desperate for a hug as this one right here. Pathetic perhaps, but true. It's my lot to bear, and I bear it badly. Oh well, can't have it all, can you? Not today, at least.
Okay, she didn't want to talk much about her story. Alright. We just talked to Gale Bedecker. Where's Shadow Tits? Let's see if she has anything to say. Probably not.
First in my heart.
I can't believe Mistra actually expects Gale to just sacrifice himself like that. Seems like a waste of a fine mind.
I've already asked her
Fine.
this.
What's on your mind?
I guess this is a new
I
one.
suppose some would commend our actions. Goblins would have razed that whole place to nothing if it weren't for us. No excuse to rest on our laurels, though. We've still got our own problems to contend with. How are you holding up? Don't be so modest. I can't remember the last time I met someone like you. Perhaps I never did. And never will again.
Alright, well, we ball.
Good idea, I think.
Okay, so question. Which one do we do? Do we go to Act 2 or do we do Artifact Secrets first? Is Artifact Secrets an Act 1 quest? Do Prism first. Okay. And then I believe... where's the prism? I thought it... Wait, I have two more of these?
Don't be shy.
Let's get going.
Wanna dance?
Did I do the spider stuff? That was the very first thing I did, and I almost died. That was the hardest fight I had the entire time. I got giga plowed.
At least things have
I think I beat the spider was literally like the first fight that I did, and I think that I lived with one guy alive with 4 HP. Oh, it's inside of it. Oh, I didn't realize it's inside of it. Oh, okay. Not this way. Bro went through the hard way. I killed every single... There's no one alive. Not even the vendor is alive. They're all dead. You know when Anakin Skywalker went to that town and slaughtered all the people that killed his mom? That's what I did to this town. Look. Just corpses. They're all dead.
Don't do it.
Yep. We ball.
Heat pulses out of the astral prism as it begins to flower. Your mind burns hot with excitement. A timeless space, bounded, compressed in a fold. A pocket of astral plane.
It's quite beautiful. No dangerous things often are.
Where in the actual shit am I? There's no fall damage here. I don't even know where I would jump to. Here. Just jump anywhere, like in space? Or... jump toward the portal. Jumping distance is tripled. Okay.
Death's close at hand.
Okay. Oh, it sure works well. It's in an hour and a half. Like, it looks like I'm supposed to go there. Oh. Yep. Okay. 115 XP. Oh.
I'll take that.
The beckoning cave. Oh, it's beckoning, all right. $14, no thank you.
So you came, in spite of all my warnings. Disappointing. Come, we will talk in private. Just the two of us.
We ball.
I may have made a mistake, trusting you. I told you to stay away from the Githyanki. But you just couldn't help yourself. Could you?
I mean, I killed them all. They're all dead.
And now... you've come here to murder me. You misunderstand. The Zaith'isk was going to kill you. I couldn't let that happen. It is the very least of Queen Blackith's deceptions.
Come on, Mama needs a new pair of shoes. Lit!
That was uncalled for. Though, a spell well cast. I suppose I can't blame you. You are threatened by the tadpole and you think
I've learned some
prevented
spells
you
with
from
Gale.
being cured. Very well. See for yourself.
A palace of memories opens up to you, separated into segments. Within one segment, you see it. The truth, exactly as the figure said. She saved your life.
The Githyanki had no intention of letting you survive purification, and I had no intention of letting you die. And now that you know the truth, what will you do?
No, you just showed me that as a truth. Oh, I really want that sword for... Never mind, I can't use swords.
I already told you I protect you, that I saved you, that I'm just like you. If this was not enough to convince you, what more is there to say? It seems I was right to put my faith in you after all. Thank you. Blackith will be furious, to make no mention of your Githyanki companion. The Lich Queen fears nothing more than the loss of her empire. The knowledge I have of her deception will bring that about.
These are good questions.
She is trying her very best to kill me by sending you. Blackith is lying to her people. She pretends to know how Gith destroyed the Mind Flayer Empire. In truth, she knows nothing. If the Illithid Empire were ever to return, she would be incapable of stopping them. And if her people found out about her impotence, there would be mutiny, revolution, the end of her rule. But that very power, the power to resist Illithid control, which Blackith only pretends to know, is how I've been protecting you. I suppose she hoped to extract it from my corpse. Since you spared me that fate, she will come for you. A logical question, but you're not ready for the answer. I have delayed long enough. The next attack is overdue, and I can't risk you being caught in the middle of it. I need you out there, searching for the Absolute.
Oh, I've got a bomb
You
for
were
the
on the right
Absolute
path
now.
to
Its name is
Moonrise
Gale
Towers.
Bedecker.
Return to it. I hope you are ready to face Blackith's wrath. The entire Creche stands ready to kill you in her name. Good luck.
I killed everybody in the crash, man. Like, they're, like, literally every single monster. All of them. They're dead. Don't worry about them. Like all of them. It's not even a big deal.
What's hiding here?
Any other secrets here? Can we go anywhere else? Easy. Oh, lit. Bunch of crap. What about over there? Is Lae'zel dead? Lae'zel's alive. I just never use her.
I'm glad you came to your senses. Now leave, before the others come for us.
Bro, how many times do we have to go over this? Guys, I killed them all. Okay, I believe we did actually everything. Complete. I've killed. There's no breathing thing in this area. See this whole map? The whole map. Everybody. Every NPC, every little child, everything. They're all dead. All of them. Look, see this right here? See the blood and the corpses? That's every room. They're all dead. The entire ground is blood. Yeah, we initiated Order 66. Let me put it to you this way. I killed so many monsters, I killed so many of them, I'm level 7.5 in Act 1. Which people said is absolutely not the level you're supposed to be. I don't think you're supposed to be 7.5 leaving Act 1. Or maybe you are, I have no idea. But we slaughtered them like lambs. But I say I'm 33% of the way through the game, more or less. I have absolutely no idea. You'd have to ask chat. I don't know. I do not know. I mean, to be fair, ever since I turned level 5, I've been murdering everything, so...
Do you feel that? The darkness, pulling at the strands of the weave.
You'll still be able to do your wizard thing, though, right?
Of course. That doesn't make the shadows less dangerous.
I think Act 1... I think Act 1, for me, no matter what, is going to be by far the longest act for me, because I had no clue how to play. Even if Act 3 has way more content, I just know how to play the game now. So that's worth its weight in gold. Someone in my camp wishes to speak to me. Who wants to talk to me? Who? Yep, bro. I killed your whole family. What?
Skull buzzes as the events of Cr&egrave flow from your mind into Lae'zel's.
No, it can't be. All I have given you, my might, my trust, and you left me here to idle, for you to deny my venerated queen. I have wielded Vlaakith's fury as a blade, roared her wrath as a dragon, and you have rendered it all for naught. Now I will be branded as Karlach, traitor, because you failed Vlaakith. My own people will hunt me.
If you say one more word, I'm gonna hunt you.
Had I been there, the queen would have known my faith. I would have seen her bidding done. I won't abide another word of this heresy. Tell me what happened inside the artifact. Leave nothing out.
Lae'zel, if you want to fight me, I can kill you in one hit. I mean,
100,000 daggers pierce your brain as Lae'zel's anger rises.
Its lies ring so loudly, I hear them screeching from your head to mine. There is no secret. There is no plot. Tell me you don't trust it. Tell me you reject this abomination inside.
and I like this one the best.
Do not mock me.
Silence follows, as loud as thunder, as heavy as lead.
I will prove to the Undying Regent that my faith is steadier than even the throne of skulls that she sits upon. I will endure this test, and she will reward me.
God, you're stupid.
Then you will understand. You will see truth. I won't let my faith, my life, come to nothing.
Keep an eye on this one. Her allegiance to her people may be stronger than her allegiance to us.
Lae'zel, you're so lucky I haven't killed you. You're such an idiot. Okay, can we go now?
Tiller Vlaakith, has our queen sent a knight to slay me with his own blade?
Such informality, child. Does Still Kithrak not command your respect?
Your blade speaks for you, Kithrak. You've come for blood.
Child of Gith, I've not come to kill you. I've come to aid you.
Don't trust him.
Skakek Kier Gith Shabeleth. My blade rests. Mother Gith compels you to listen.
Speak. My ear is yours.
I know you carry the astral prism, Lae'zel. Within it lies the seed of Vlaakith's demise, and I intend to help you bring it to fruition.
Vlaakith's demise. Skaketh. I should run you
Ish.
through for suggesting it.
Let Lae'zel take the lead. She asked one question and it's back to us. Okay.
If they have not said, they must have good reason, and I won't be the one to betray them. But the one inside's chosen you as an ally, protects you with their power. That very power will be the end of Vlaakith's tyranny. The prism's tenant must be let loose. I've sought their freedom for eons. When the prism went missing, I feared the worst. Instead, you've granted the opportunity I've so long awaited. All that remains is the key that unchains them. And I've found someone who I believe can provide it. Bring the prism to Baldur's Gate. I'll be waiting in a taproom called Shares's Caress. That is where we decide the fate of my people. Lae'zel, together we will break our chains and be Vlaakith's slaves no longer.
I am no slave, Still Kithrak. The Undying Queen is my freedom. It is she who will purify me, and she who will ascend me.
Lies, Lazel. Every last one. There is no purification, no ascension. The Zaith Isk does not purify, it extracts memory and kills the infected. Nor does the Lich Queen glorify the ascended. She feeds on most all of them to grow her power and pursue godhood.
Madness. You flood me with this heresy. I will hear no more of it. I served Vlaakith the whole of my life. Learned her words, fought her battles, yet she names me her Karlach. Your words carry truth. I will meet you in Baldur's Gate. Do not make me regret it.
Plot twist, the goddess sent him to say those things, and she's going to be waiting for us in Baldur's Gate and murder us all.
Lazel, I see Talakma Gear in you, sister in freedom. Together we will be our people's light. Take this. It is a Qanith, a psionic detector. The Queen's warriors hunt you. The Qanith will sound you out when you come near their portals. Hear its cry and prepare for battle or slip away. I should go. Vlaakith's gaze pierces the seas and skies. She believes me loyal, and I can't afford her mistrust. Keep the astral prism close. Let no one take it from you. Slay any who try.
Yeah, we did everything,
Now to
Daisy.
Baldur's Gate. I'll be waiting, Lazel.
Did I find Bual? As far as I know, there is no quest that we didn't do in Act 1. Like, within, like, maybe there's, like, some really, really secret ones that we didn't do. But we did everything. We did the Bog Witch, we did the Spiders, we did the Harpies, we did Bual, we did... I killed all the goblins. Bual is dead. Bual is dead. Killed the forge guy. I've been feeding Gale. Here we go. We just left Act 1, so we just started Act 2. Killed the hag.
That's no ordinary darkness.
The hag was, for me...
It feels powerful and familiar. Stay on your guard.
Bro, I killed all of you. How is there a goblin alive?
Are you the true soul? I'll take that as a yes. Listen up. Grab a torch, stay out of the dark, and move fast. The shadows have eyes. Go on.
No, I don't want to go backwards. Bro, game.
Light on my feet.
God damn it, man. So how do I... Everybody has a somehow I sold 3 of my torches. Where are the torches? Oh, here. Lit.
Looking ahead.
Sorry, Karlach. How do we pull out our torch, guys? I don't even know how to do that. Does anybody know how?
Moving ahead.
Quite ready for you.
Consider it done.
Wait, what?
Still alive.
What?
So that's
What?
progress.
What? What?
Your desire.
What? What? Gale. Okay. Come on, guys. We can do this. Everybody come down the stairs. Nice. Gale. Cast Longstrider at level 4. Now cast it on the 4 people. Hey, the monk's not within range because for some reason it has no range. Who knows why? Here we go again. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we go. It only took 15 tries.
No time to dally.
There we go. Now we're playing the game.
Don't waste a step.
It's the icon beneath your weapons. Thank you.
Don't stick about. Her torch will keep you safe. More or less. I'll keep an eye for other true souls and then head to camp. Can't get out of here fast enough.
Okay. So we just YOLO? We ball or what?
I can feel the shadow's power here, but they don't seem to be harming me.
This beast didn't go down without a fight. Don't mind if I do.
Did somebody say heavy chest on the mountain?
Come on, open up. Good to death, by the look of it.
Elgist, you made it a whole 2 steps into Act 2. Nice job, dude. A new record! How am I overburdened already? What? Did I pick up something that weighs 1,000? This weighs 17 pounds? What? Wait. Oh, no. I'm not over. Oh, I lost all of my strength wearing a torch. Oh. Anybody can hold it? Okay, someone please remind me to put on Gale Bedeker's. Please have somebody remind me. Why is my strength... Oh, I see what happened. I have to do the... Oh, yeah. Okay. So we put on a dagger. We put on this. There we go. Finally. All right.
Forthwith.
We're back.
A lot on my mind. And well, in it.
We're back.
Never wanted the easy path.
Did we even open the chest? Yeah, we did. Okay. I'm scared. Dude, you want to know what I want to do sometime soon?
Open up.
I don't know why. I want to go to a movie theater and eat a bunch of popcorn. God, that sounds good.
Something's wrong. I feel weak. Drained.
I can barely think straight. This place saps the very thoughts from your mind.
A private word would be nice.
Onward.
I mean, do we actually need to be this careful?
What a charmer. Moving it.
Never a dull moment.
We're a long way from Waterdeep. Immediately.
No one stopped me yet. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
If you don't want to deal with shadow curse stuff, press F3. That's what I was wondering. Can I turn off turn-based and just walk slow?
All right. What now?
Don't like all this quiet.
I liked it just fine.
Am I... Are these guys enemies, or... Do I murder them, or are they... No, looks like they're my friends.
I've got a long road ahead. Time to press ahead.
Ready and willing.
A long way to go still.
Well, well, well.
Oh, I have the magic touch.
What?
Let me work my magic. Right.
I wonder what the next move is.
Why?
You see that blighter go?
What
Bet he was pure tasty.
language was that?
You're the true soul we're taking to
Jesus.
Moonrise, I'm guessing.
Jesus.
Aye, in the shallows. But the curse don't care about some itty-bitty light once you get deeper. Don't worry, boss.
Jesus.
We've got a guide. Talk to Cansif inside. He'll run through it.
Go fetch the bone you threw.
Wait, you're joking, yeah? But we're ready to go. You just need to tell Cansif inside.
No, I want to kill him for the XP.
Of course. Good one. Now, we best get going, eh?
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Why do you keep asking me to cancel my end turn? Like, stop at end my turn.
My faith protects me.
God damn it.
Oi! Someone out there?
Didn't we already talk? We already
Time to
talked to you.
rest.
Okay, I can't do it. Let's just walk slow. What's up?
True soul. An honor. Did you bring the lyre?
Well, hello, Satan.
Good. We were told to expect you. Then pluck a tune, and our guide will come scuttling.
Please be good. Uh-oh. Yeah, I did the forge. Very good. That's a Macy Gray-esque performance right there.
Your lyre, mistress. What are they doing to it?
God. A Drider. I always thought the stories were exaggerated.
Greetings, in the Absolute's name. You have been charged with guiding us.
New flesh for you, my queen. But who are they?
Best introduce yourself. Perhaps you'll listen to a true soul.
I don't... What? We're not introducing?
I should speak up.
What's up?
And you? What are you? Apart from a torturer of liars.
More faithful of the Absolute. They need a guide to the Dar, same as us.
Your minds connect, and you hear a whispered voice. The Absolute. Or just the echoes of his fractured mind reverberating in the dark.
A true soul. You have more worshippers every day, Majesty. Yes. Yes. They'll do nicely. We have our queen's favor. She speaks to us, protects us, graces us with her blessing.
And her magic lamp.
And they are jealous of your gift, Majesty. But you gave it to us, and we always keep it close. No! Our queen gave it to us. If they wish to walk through the darkness alone, they are welcome to.
I apologize.
Good. Now, are we ready to depart?
Things best avoided. Shadows lurking in shadows. Now, will they follow or stay?
I mean, Daddy needs more XP. Can we go kill the shadows?
Bless us again, Majesty. Shine your light. Protect us. Come, follow, and stay close. Do not leave the light. Do not feed the shadows.
You heard him. Move out!
Best be on my way.
I mean, I'll stay right next to you, but my dumbass teammates never do what I tell them to, so we're probably doomed.
Stay in the light.
Like, I can't explain to you how effing stupid they are.
Desolation. The Dark Lady's hand at work, perhaps.
They must keep up. The shadows are hungry.
Ain't all got 10 legs.
Prime spot for an ambush.
Patience, Majesty. Wait. Something's wrong, Majesty.
Who's there? Show yourself! Harper's attack! Kill the cultists and get that lantern! Heretics! Villains in the dark!
These Harpers are clearly enemies of the Absolute. They could be worthwhile allies. But defend the guide and you may preserve your cover as a true soul.
Okay, I know which one I would do, but I'm interested. What are your guys' thoughts? See, what I was thinking is the one you guys are voting for. I want to kill Captain Spider Pants.
What are they doing? We thought they were true souls! Traitors! Heathens!
You guys seen Jurassic Park? Can I just get away with not using my... Can I not use my special points? Can I just punch him 3 times? This would do more damage, but it would take my Kai points away. Uh-huh. Alright, I did a third of his health.
I'm heating up.
Oh, this is gonna hurt. About to be in a world of pain, buddy. Oh, there's 2 of them. Oh. Well, can't I just kick you? Don't I have a kick? It's a bonus action. Oh, there's... Oh. Oh, there's a lot of you. Oh. Well, shit. All right.
Aye, aye.
That was my only action. God damn it, you guys are so fucking lucky. That's a good. That's a good point. I should have thrown the. I didn't even think of that. I should have thrown the enemies. Yes, that's what I should. You're 1000% right. I actually forgot that's even a thing.
No God.
Bro, you guys are fucking useless.
For the absolute!
I mean, this would do literally a bajillion damage. Yeah, let's go for it. Yeah, she just did like 70 damage. That was beautiful. Oh, you guys are about to get destroying. Oh, does this kill my party and myself? He just blows himself up. No, yes. It kills everyone. Guys, I don't want to try it. Just tell me what it does. I get it. It kills everybody, right? Boom! Pentakill. What's up, bitch? Too heavy to shove? Gale, you suck, dude. Yeah, but this takes a level 2 spell. Absolutely don't want to do that. You got bonked. Silence, motherfucker. Where? Rude. Oh. Oh. Oh, just your standard 100-0. Okay. He was at full health, by the way. Fully buff, full health, 100-0. Cansif hits Gale for 10, 5, 2, 10, 6, 8, 11, 4, and 4. 10, 5, 17, 27, 33, 41, 42, 52. He hit him for 60 damage. One hit. Yeah, I guess I should have Misty Stepped. It's ridiculous. I'm gonna go with my... which is Bonk. And then we... cannot harm because of Sanctuary. Is that you that did that? Okay. Still cannot harm. How do I I mean, can I just... He self-casted it. I mean, I actually... guess I can... Do I have a throw? I have a jump. I have a... I mean, I guess I just pass. Can I pick him up? Wow, he completely negated Karlach's turn too. I guess Karlach's gonna throw a potion. AoE damage will hit him. There you go, bud. Throw a fire flask at his feet. Like this? This thing? Well, we hit him for 2, guys. Very impressive.
Battle of wits.
Well, Gale, can you
Swiftly now.
run over here and stop dying? Can you do that?
Strike down the blasphemous in your name, Majesty.
I'm not even using my Kai points because it doesn't matter.
Got it.
My God, dude, how unlucky could I possibly get?
More.
Big old 12. 20%, huh? What about meleeing at 64? Well, get ready for the bonk of a lifetime. Bonk! Come in. Can I do literally anything? Shove. Too heavy to shove, just pass. Let's not waste a spell slot. Okay, that's about what I expected from Gale Bedecker.
Incredible. A light that chases away even the deepest shadows.
The lantern flickers ever so briefly, and you hear a slight twitter. Or perhaps it's simply your imagination.
You! Don't move a god's damn muscle. Talk! Why in the hells would a cultist turn on her kind?
The pin the woman wears is familiar to you. She belongs to the Harpers, a covert organization dedicated to freedom and balance.
You're gonna have to give me that lantern. The light cantrip. Okay, we'll see if we have it.
You must rest. Come. I will take you to Last Light. An inn, at first glance, but also a safe haven, free from the curse's tendrils. Or so it's been promised.
If I pick I will make my way there in my own time, can I get the lantern for myself? Or do I not even need it? Do I not even need this lantern? I'll get one anyway. If I say, how about I just kill you and keep the lantern, can I get the lantern without killing them?
Another wretch among many. And another kill for my list.
Okay, well, that's a no.
An inn, at first glance. But also a safe haven. Free from the cursed... Stay close, and be wary of the...
Breathe deep and move.
Stay close, and she immediately sprints as fast as she can, or what? Is this who I'm chasing? Her? Who am I following? What the fuck just happened? She just ran at the speed of light away from me.
Whatever comes, I'm ready. Onward.
Hey ho.
La la la. Well, that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
Yes. There's no time to waste.
They turned it on, not me.
Looking ahead. One day we'll catch a break.
Where is she? Oh, what the fuck is going on here?
There's a struggle here.
I don't get it. Why is she running 1,000 miles an hour?
You might find allies here, or at least supplies.
Okay.
You there!
Did we make it?
Step forward and keep your hands off your weapons. Easy! She helped us out in the shadows. Come. Jaheira!
It's Lagatha.
Huh. A level head. Let us see if you will get to keep it. Kindness is too often a decoy.
This is why we're here, you see. It is a curious creature that hides all manner of secrets. But if there's one thing that we know... it's that it knows its own kind. You should never have come here, true soul.
I mean, if you want to fight, I'd be happy to kill you. What?
Stand down! Or we'll put you down!
I'm not interested in the Absolute's manipulations. Harper's cut this true soul down.
Stop! What's you doing? She's the one who saved us!
She's the one who protected the Emerald Grove.
Yup. Didn't even got friends standing. Not so bad to hang around with either. Saved one of my friends from a druid with a snake. No
Aha!
to be discreet
I saved
too.
her in Act 1.
I'd pretty much trust her with my life.
A true soul with a mind of her own? How is that possible? You sound so confident for someone who's so wrong.
Oh god.
Not good enough.
Why is Shadow Tits... Oh, is this the one that they gave me? Is this the one that we got from the, Jim Bobs?
What in the hell is that thing? Congratulations. You've earned yourself the benefit of the doubt. Hear me, Harpers. All clear. At ease. I'll not pretend to understand what that artifact is. But I'm old and wise enough to recognize a sliver of hope when it crawls out of the dark. Tell me, why have you come here? Then you found an ally in me. For that is precisely why I am here. There's food in the inn over there. Beds too if you require rest. Aloe oil in the cupboard, in case the vines gave you a rash. Settle in. Then come join me for a drink. You may just be the godsend we've been praying for.
Smith you mentioned might be here, right?
Just about.
Oh my god, soldier. That's Jaheira. The Jaheira. Not personally. I mean, I wish. She's an absolute legend. Years ago, over a century, Jaheira was part of a group that saved Baldur's Gate from Saravok, a Baalsport trying to plunge the city into war. My mum used to tell us stories about them. The legends who protected the city from evil. She said Jaheira was a powerful druid. Adamant. Tough. I've told myself those stories 1,000 times since. I never thought I'd meet Jaheira. She's a hero, and I was always... some outer city kid. Can't believe she wants to talk to us about working together. What a day!
But Karlach, look how far you've come. Now you're Peach Fuzz from Creep.
Whatever I expected to find lurking in this cursed gloom.
Oh, vendor lit.
Wasn't this?
Stock up while you can. I only hope I've brought enough to see us through.
Give me something for free. What?
Cheeky. But, since you're asking...
What?
If you're all right by Jaheira, you're all right by me.
Hmm. Hold monster? That seems pretty good. The shield seems really good. What's up, Sarah? The problem is is this better than I crafted 2 of the epic medium armors? Like, look, both Karlach and Shadow Tits have the crafted armor. Karlach has 18 dex. It's not better than what we already have. I mean, the ones that I have mean that Karlach and Shadow Tits can't be crit, so... Get the cloak. Yeah, this cloak seems unbelievable. We don't even have a cloak, right? I don't even own a cloak. The only one that does an unarmed attack is this, but I already have 1 to 4 damage. I think 1 to 4 damage is better than... Here's clothing. There's no way. There's no way this is better than what I already have. But does Gale Bedecker... Gale Bedecker doesn't have anything. So this is definitely better than what he has. Am I going to get a good... Do the other vendors have something good for Gale? This is $2,500? Should I buy this shield?
Take care now.
Let me go see the other, Let me go see the other...
How's the barricade coming along?
Vendors.
It ain't pretty, but it can take... It'll need to.
Save here. Let's see here. Let's see. Who would the cloak benefit the most? 1 to armor class, 1 to saving throws. I mean, the one who's always in the mix is my monk, so I guess the monk.
Very well.
If my monk is alive, we literally can't lose. Pretty cool little town here. You guys are not going to believe what I'm about to find in this dirt pile. Look at this. Boom! Lit! God, I love nothing. Oh, found the vendor. What's up, boys? Yo, give me something.
Thought I sensed an infernal. What are you doing here?
Same thing as you, I reckon. Trying to stay out of the shadows. Hold on. I know you. The weaponsmith, right? Drafted into the Blood War when your city was swallowed by Avernus. Not too different from my own story. Well done making it out alive.
Same to you. Though unless my senses deceive me, you brought a bit of the hells back with you. Infernal engine?
Wow, she found her
We've
perfect
got one of these to keep
blacksmith.
you warm. Thank you, Zariel.
Forget warm. You're burning up. Might be burning out a piston ring. Or leaking oil. Mind if I take a listen?
Please do. I've been dying to find an infernal mechanic.
Now that's hot. Too hot. I think I could sort you out. But I'll need some infernal iron and a lot of luck.
Hey, soldier. We've got some infernal iron already. Let's give it to him, eh?
Oh no, I was saving it for the new like infernal iron bike.
Please let this work.
The weight of it. And that blaze of chaos. Can't imagine this where my heart should be. Must be quite the experience. Give me just a moment. And I think...
So, infernal iron, 5 swings of a hammer, and that's all she needed.
You'll have to install it, I'm afraid. I don't think there are thick enough gloves in all the realms to protect from that kind of heat.
That feels... good. I'm still burning hot as hell's hole, but I feel less... changeable. Cheers, mate.
Pleasure. And as for the heat, I haven't got any solutions now, but I'm not giving up. Could be if the combustion chamber had its own insulation, or if we had some kind of enchanted coolant. Let me sleep on it. I just might be able to work something out. Hopefully the next time I see you, I'll have something promising to report. I'll need more infernal iron either way, though, so keep your eyes open. Take care.
Sir.
Glad you and Karlach are all right. Well, as all right as any of us. A makeshift Harper's fire might not be where I hope to set up shop. But maybe I've got something you can use anyway. And if you find any interesting materials in need of working, I'm happy to help. I hesitated to mention this back in the Druid's Grove, for obvious reasons, but no one has earned my trust if not you. When Elturel was dragged into Avernus, I was drafted into a devil's smithy. It should have been awful. But infernal metal is like a wild horse. Powerful, exuberant. It'll kill you if you lack technique. I could sense some. Smell it almost. Somewhere in the area. Underground, maybe. Out there in the shadows. If you find it, bring it to me. I'll make something incredible.
Find what? I found it. Here. This.
Absolutely. Rare to get your hands on this stuff. Well done keeping it to hand.
Yeah. That thing that you needed that I found doing that one thing. Here you go. You wish you could romance Damon? Do you have a thing for fiery hot blacksmiths, Daisy?
There you are. And be careful who you show that to. It might draw the wrong kind of attention.
What'd you give me? 18 armor. Heavy? Bro, this doesn't fucking help me.
Damon's upgrade didn't cool me down, but it did juice me up. I don't think I've ever felt more powerful.
Oh, thank God.
Sooner rather than later would be good. I feel like I'm burning serious fuel. That's what I like to hear. Now, let's chop. Standing still is making my skin itch.
She's got that fiery hot passion to throw a javelin from a distance.
Need anything?
Wait, I found something else? Wait, what am I even giving him?
It's perfect. Really. Just a moment. I'll be able to work this one quickly.
Where did I find all this stuff?
There you are. And be careful who you show that to. It might draw the wrong kind of attention.
And that one seems more useful than the other one.
Need anything?
Alright, let's see here. Is any of this good? Well, this bow is better than mine, but I never used my bow. Could cast haste on myself. That's pretty sick. It also gives me fire and cold resistance. And my bow gives me nothing. The Sword of Life Stealing. Yeah, this thing looks absolutely goated. I'll be taking this bow. I don't need medium anything. But if you give... I thought if you give Jim Bob light armor, then he can't cast mage armor, right? So I thought you don't want to give him light armor. Yeah, you only give him cloth? That's what I thought. This guy's stuff doesn't seem... Huh. Okay, so I think we just pass here, right?
I'll be here if you need anything else.
Not seeing anything except for the bow that's crazy or anything. Okay, Monkey Girl is super mega big dick now. Sell the white shirts so you take off some weight. I like the min-maxing.
Need anything? I'll be here if you need anything else.
Just want to see if any of these things start a quest.
Need anything? I'll be here if you need anything else.
I forgot I have this hat. So it's either going to be Shadow Tits or her. This isn't very good. That's pretty good. So let's see here. Probably this, right? Yeah, that's what I call her.
Need anything?
Okay. Let's see what you have. These things don't even weigh anything. We don't need to sell them. Sickle of Bual. You don't need 2 shovels.
I'll be here if you need anything else.
All right.
Me?
Still alive. So that's progress.
Okay.
Mind my step.
Press L and mix all of your alchemy shit. Do you mean H?
No one stopped me yet.
I don't think I ever want to redirect it. I think I'd rather just... I don't think we need to ask here. We only ask for this. That seems good. Am I going to stream the POE stream reveal? Absolutely. Oh, yes. Absolutely.
Very well.
Don't, please. Be welcome. Have a drink.
Oh, my gods.
To your very good health.
Yay! Am I in Act 3? I'm in Act 2.
Perceive a faint hint
Just started Act 2.
Fourth grass, a herb that is said to elicit the truth. Jaheira smiles at you knowingly.
It doesn't spoil the taste, if that's what you're wondering. Well, consider this an experiment then. Indulge me.
Okay.
Bottoms up. Well over a century old, and yet it hasn't lost a hint of flavor. Still not quite so sure about you, though. People tend to lose more than just flavor when illithids get their hands on them. I speak from experience. There's an air about you. Something alien. Answer me true and do not lie. The parasite is changing you, isn't it?
Oh! Good shit on.
I will take your word for it. And hold you to it, too. I have every reason to be cautious. I've traced people like you. People with parasites in their brains. All the way here from Baldur's Gate. The cult of the Absolute is spreading through the city. Quietly, quickly, and with unsettling deliberation. We tracked them to this ancient village, only to be faced with a man we killed and buried over a century ago. General Cedric Thorm. Remember that name. He's the leader of the Absolutists.
Jaheira, would you say that he was a thorn in your side?
Beneath this very village.
Jeez.
Alongside the local druids, we made it our business to see him deposed, dead and buried. But he's returned. Not only does General Cedric Thorm live again, it seems he is no longer mortal. He has become, in fact, invincible. We met him on the road here, commanding an army of the Absolute, intent on destroying Baldur's Gate. I put an arrow through his eye myself, only to watch him pluck it out like a splinter. He healed right in front of me and chased us into the shadows. Things looked hopeless. But experience has taught me that no matter how bleak things look, there's always hope. You are that hope.
Hey.
Protected by your artifact, you can infiltrate his forces at Moonrise Towers, posing as a true soul. Find out what it is that makes him invincible, so we can strip him of his advantage. Once Cr&egrave is without his shield, the sword. Together, we assault his tower and put a final end to this blight. Any cure starts with understanding the disease. Whatever magic Cr&egrave's using to control these tadpoles, it must be at Moonrise.
Yeah, we're gonna switch to it right now,
Until
Miguel.
then, we keep drinking wine when we meet. You're not our only secret weapon. Isobel, a faithful cleric of Selûne, and a light in the darkness. She cast the moon shield around the inn. It's the only reason we're still alive. She's upstairs in her chambers. Tell her I sent you, and she'll see you through the shadows safely.
You want me to go upstairs in Isabel's bedroom and tell her that you sent me there? Huh. Okay. This is gonna go over well.
I didn't realize I had an audience. The true soul who's going to save us all. I'm Isobel. Pleased to meet you. Bully for us. We've been waiting, hoping against hope, for someone like you. Free from the Absolute's influence, yet able to walk among cultists. It's almost too good to be true. But I'd be a poor cleric indeed not to avail of a blessing when I see one. Let me guess. Jaheira sent you to beg a protection spell off her favorite cleric. Perfect. It'll make you immune to the lesser effects of the Shadow Curse, which will get you closer to the towers. It won't be enough to protect you against the areas of utter darkness, though, where the curse is strongest. This lantern should, though. Cr&egrave is a frightening man, but you have something he doesn't. Allies worth having. While you're busy in the towers, I'll be sure to... Wait. Do you hear that? Something's wrong.
Flame Fist Marcus!
Hello, Isobel.
Marcus, is that you? What's happened?
Dude, it's Rollo from Vikings.
I've been blessed. You can be too. Come with me, and you can hear all about it from Cr&egrave himself. You have not known tranquility until you have felt the Absolute's embrace. That I can promise you.
The Absolute. Of course. You can't believe them, Marcus. Cr&egrave will never give you whatever it is you've been promised.
He already has. Time to go, Isobel.
He's got a lamppost for a weapon? God, they're dicking everybody out here. Fucking game, man. No, we're gonna watch the POE thing anyway. It's actually the perfect time. I got fucked by Baldur's Gate 3 not returning my pike at the end of a battle, and I didn't pick it. I didn't realize that it didn't give it to me, and I didn't pick it up. Completely bricked everything. That's like the 30th time it's done that to me. Fucking unbelievable, man. Absolute fucking dog shit. It's unimaginable dog shit. It is what it is. He's already complaining about Baldur's Gate 3. I was complaining about it like 5 minutes into the game. It's an amazing game, but it definitely has some extremely annoying things about it. It's okay, it's whatever. I'll go get the pike later, but holy shit, that's annoying, man. So fucking stupid. It's called the returning pike. You always throw it and it comes back. Except it comes back when it feels like it. So annoying. So fucking annoying, man. Here we go. It's too loud. You guys want me to turn it down? Is the music too loud? Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Is that better? Oh, I love Baldur's Gate 3. I love the game. But man, it sure does have some annoying things that really piss me off. Like, my returning pike doesn't return to me. God, man. That's happened to me 12 times? 12 times, at least. 12 battles where at the end of the battle, I just don't have a weapon anymore. Love the music. In general, do I expect this announcement to be groundbreaking or meh? I expect it to be extremely good. You ordered a Starforge PC a couple days ago. Cannot wait to be able to play PoE on an actual working device instead of this archaic relic. Hell yeah, man. Which PC did you get? Marky Mark, Whitebologist, Benito, Just Skippy, Timmy, Lee, 80-month resub, Charmed Quark, Kaizen. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. Okay. As per usual, my strategy is going to be to mostly let them talk. I'm not going to really interrupt them at all. I'll just let them talk. And I'm going to be taking meticulous notes the whole time. Just let them talk. You got the Voyager 3. Did you get AMD or Intel? And what graphics card did you get? Is Voyager 3, is that the 5080? Did you get the AMD processor? Stream to the guitar music? I could, but I'm so comfy. What are we planning for a league starter? I don't know. You got the AMD processor with the 5070. That should cook for you, man. That should last you like 5 years, 5 solid years. You wish POE1 didn't look like the worst piece of shit in gaming history? I agree with you there. POE1 does not have good graphics, but the game and the gameplay are so good that it just overshadows it for me. Is AMD or Intel better? I have no plans to buy an Intel processor anymore. It screwed me over on so many PCs in the last year. I had to get three different PCs in the last year. I'm not buying Intel again. I'm done. Unless something dramatically changes in the industry, if AMD keeps putting out top-tier processors, I'm not buying Intel again. I'm done. For most of our lives, Intel processors were by far the best. But in the last couple of years, I don't know what's going on with them over there, but it just seems like complete trash. I don't know, it's just trash. I can't do it, man. You're gonna stick with Intel? You've been using them since 91 and never had a problem? I was you. Tonath, I was you. Until 1 year ago. And I kept hearing everybody having these Intel problems, and I was like, I don't know what your guys' problem is. I game and stream all day long. I probably put more pressure on my computer than most people, and I don't have any problems with my PC. Oh my god, how wrong I was. Oh, how wrong I was. My AMD PC never crashes. Never. Have I enjoyed the story in Baldur's Gate 3? I have. I've been paying attention to it. I know all about it. We got the little worm in our brain, and there's the, what are they called? The alien boys, alien ship, and then we crashed, and the Jim Bobs saved us, and then we went to do the druids, and then we saved the druids, and then Karlach has a infernal engine for a heart, and she was a devil right-hand man, flamey tit girl, and then Shadow Tits has an artifact, and she wants to be one of those devious, dark Jim Bobs that nobody understands, and Gale Bedecker gets fed magic because he wanted to, like, wed the goddess, and he pushed his magic too far, so she put that bomb in his chest. Like, I've actually been following it. I know what's going on. No, I killed her. Oh, there are drops for the stream. Yes. Should probably put that in the title. I forgot about that. Good call. Yeah, hopefully it's good, King of Nothing. I got double jump yesterday, and I also got the jumpy grappling thing. I didn't look at the assassin updates. I saw the quality of life stuff though. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm gonna beat the game. I'll be honest with you, I thought Act 2 has been way easier. I murdered the jump up to get double jump. It only took me like 2 tries. I did the entire thing. People were online were saying it's like the hardest thing ever. I did it in like 2 tries. I think Act 2 is way easier. I'm talking about Silk Song. Guys, I'm not talking about Baldur's Gate 3. I'm talking about Silk Song. I'm talking about Act 2 in Silk Song, not Baldur's Gate 3. I'm talking about Silk Song. Have I finished Path of Pain? What is that? You don't have to watch. You can get the drops here. By the way, you have to watch it on Twitch to get the drops, Flyers, not on YouTube.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile, Keepers of the Flame, which is coming out 1 week from now on October the 31st. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Hive-born crawler pet by following the instructions below. Without further ado, let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile, Keepers of the Flame.
We, the Keepers of the Flame, serve the will of the Dreamer. His instructions whispered from beyond the wall of sleep. But now, the Hiveborn are here, on Rayclast, and they seek to poison our world.
Hey, it's Breach.
We must close their breaches, destroy their hives, slay their breach lords. And by his gifts, the Dreamer provides.
Oh my god, another tree?
They brought this war to our world, but we shall end it, whatever it takes.
Genesis tree. Three new Ubers? And the new trade system is coming in. Oh my god. So there's 10 Uber bosses now. Because there's 7 already in the game. Now there's 10? Jesus.
Now, as you can see, this expansion is a true sequel to the Breach League, first introduced to the game in 2016. We felt like it was time to progress the story of Breach, bringing with it a
How's
slew
the
of new
volume,
updates to the
guys?
base
Up
game.
or fine?
In today's stream, we'll take you on a deep dive into Path of Exile, Keepers of the Flame, beginning with the League mechanic, covering all the fearsome challenges it presents.
It's fine, okay.
And the new twisted ways you'll be able to empower your character.
Okay.
After that, we'll dive into the new ascendancy options possible with Bloodline classes. Then we'll cover the much anticipated and synchronous trade system coming to Path of Exile 1. Afterwards, we'll move into the new Uber Pinnacle bosses, how to access them, and some new drops worthy of the added difficulty. Finally, we'll cover some notable quality of life improvements before moving on to our supporter packs and challenge rewards. We'll then have a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile's game directors Mark and myself your questions from Twitch chat. And after the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM New Zealand time or 3 PM Pacific. So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, game director on Path of Exile. Breach is a beloved league that has had an iconic history in PoE. We intend to honour that legacy with our first ever sequel league, Keepers of the Flame. This develops every aspect of Breach, adding new layers to discover, richer lore, scarier bosses, and entirely new mechanics. That said, this is still Breach, so you will still be opening breaches and slaying hordes of otherworldly monsters. The Breach Lords have found the means to stabilize the connection between their realm and Rakelast. Now, with their grip tightening, we learn their true goal in our world, conquest. The threat they pose has now escalated to home soil. On the coast in Act 1, you'll encounter Aelith, the founder of the Keepers of the Flame. This is a monastic order sworn to defend Rakelast from the Breach Lords. The exit to the Mudflats has been barricaded by Hiveborn, Breach monsters that are working to claim every inch of Rakelast. Aelith can grant you a small spark of the power of the Flame, allowing you to blast away their barricade and move onwards. Once you enter the Mudflats, you'll find it infested with Breach monsters. They appear to be constructing a kind of hive, creating strange shapes and structures that absolutely don't belong.
It's righteous fire!
Time to purge them with fire. Aelith needs you to protect her as she empowers the flame to do so. Hold off the assault long enough, and she'll be able to demolish the hive with cleansing flame. In other areas, the gap between worlds is strained. Here, you'll find a more familiar encounter with a new twist. A massive breach hand sunders the space between dimensions, and touching it will open an unstable breach, causing monsters to flood in. If you can slaughter them quickly enough, you can stabilize the breach. This brazen action can draw the attention of Vroon, Marshal of Zesht, who will do everything it can to stop you. Defeating this boss will permanently seal the breach, severing another connection between the Breach Lord's world and Rakelast. These stabilized breaches are similar to what a breach once was, but with upgraded monsters, a success condition to shoot for, UI tracking to keep the player informed of their progress through the encounter, and satisfying feedback when you do manage to complete the encounter. We've taken all the lessons we've learned since the release of Breach 9 years ago and improved upon it in every way we can. However, much of the joy of Breach came from its simplicity. While we want to modernize the mechanic, we don't want to undermine the core experience. You're still mostly just slaughtering hordes of enemies in a circle. Finally, in endgame areas you might run into breach constructions that have been left unopposed for too long, and have grown into their full twisted glory. Breach hives. Towering flesh-crafted cities in the sky. These are the visions of the Breach Lords made real in Rakelast, teeming with breach monsters. You must raid and destroy these cities with the help of Aelith and her flame. In some of these hives, you may even encounter some of the Breach Lords themselves, who will not be happy you're intruding on their planned conquest. Now, let's talk loot. Of course, being an exile is hard work, and you're unlikely to help entirely out of the goodness of your heart. Fortunately, Aelith has power and rewards aplenty, born of the Breach Realm itself, to offer you for your assistance. Help her, and she'll bring you to the Monastery of the Keepers, the hallowed halls of her order. Here, you'll find the Genesis Tree, the growing heart of the Keeper's power. On interacting with it, you'll find that this tree has a tree. That's right, it couldn't be Path of Exile unless the tree also had a tree. More importantly, the Genesis Tree is an engine of unholy creation, and a profitable one. As you complete breach encounters and work more with Aelith, you'll be able to grow the Genesis tree larger and larger, sprouting additional limbs. Each of these limbs, you'll notice, has their own inventories. These can be used for an unusual method of crafting new items. With this system, you'll be able to grow currency, uniques, equipment, and a new kind of otherworldly item, grafts. Grafts are breach hands grown directly from the Genesis tree, born of the same flesh and sinew as the invading monsters. These fuse directly to your body, in a completely safe process. Don't worry about it. With grafts, you can harness the power of the breach. Some provide passive benefits like this, or this, but they can also grant a wide selection of powerful skills. These graft skills can provide a flexible way to fill gaps in your build, offering everything from damage to potent defensive buffs and crowd control. For example, the Battering All graft will call massive arms to erupt from the earth, stunning all those they hit. For some additional pack clearing power, you could consider the Squalling Tool graft. When commanded, this graft will cast Dance in the White, creating a deadly ice tornado which aggressively seeks enemies and fires off bursts of ricocheting projectiles when you critically strike with skills.
Certainly they got this from Elden Ring.
For some further utility and a useful buff, try out the Storming Ash graft. This can be commanded to call down a ring of bolts from the sky that will leave behind the new Radiant Ground. Radiant Ground grants a potent damage buff to allies standing within it and makes their hit damage lucky. If you're simply after raw damage, look no further than the Erupting Zoth graft, which causes massive eruptions of fire where you command, which then
everybody
re-erupt
can
when
be
you
a
walk
snacker
by.
now.
There are a total of 16 different graft types you can grow, each with their own skill. You can even unlock a second graft slot as you progress through Aelith's questline, so feel free to mix and match Flesh Zone horrors to your heart's content. Now, grafts aren't just here to make you stronger, they are also your means of feeding the Genesis tree, which needs constant supplies of graft blood to grow anything useful. You can do this by defeating breach monsters, which will leave behind blood that your graft will automatically collect. When you feed this blood to the tree, your allocated passives will be put to work. This section of the Genesis tree can be used to grow new grafts for you, which the Genesis tree will then birth in a gruesome display. Basic passives on the tree might increase item rarity of birthed grafts, or the chance to birth additional grafts. These passives can target specific types of grafts, and this passive causes grafts to be birthed with a random amount of quality. Quality improves the amount of blood that can be stored by your grafts. This section of the Genesis tree births currency items. Basic passives can result in more or better currency. Allocate this passive to sometimes cause a shower of currency to burst forth from the flesh of the tree. Yeah, it's a bit gross, but working with the organic matter of a bunch of dead otherworldly creatures was never going to be a clean affair. Grafts themselves are born of a different world, so are unmodifiable by most currencies. However, with this passive, the Genesis tree can occasionally grow fleshy mockeries of currency orbs. These function like augmentation orbs, regal orbs, or exalted orbs, but they work on your grafts instead of normal gear. Yep, it's graft crafting. Allocating this passive can result in foul-born currencies. This foul-born exalted orb, for instance, behaves as a normal exalted orb, except it guarantees a higher tier modifier. By locking out a large portion of the lower rolls, a normal exalted orb would be able to hit. The largest section of the Genesis tree is
POE2.
used to grow rare equipment items. For these, you have a lot of agency to influence the type and modifiers on your grown item. For example, you can specifically target boots with a dexterity requirement, with an increased chance for speed modifiers, and reduced chance for cold modifiers. Or maybe you'd prefer to look for a two-handed axe with increased chance for physical modifiers. This section of the tree is for growing unique items. Similar to the equipment section, there are passives that let you target growing specific types of uniques, or rarer uniques. The process of growth is not always a perfect one, however, and can result in some defects. This passive can result in birthed uniques becoming foulborn, which mutates one of the existing modifiers on the item into a new one, resulting in some interesting new ways to use that unique.
Wait.
For example, this foulborn quill rain no longer has increased projectile speed, but instead has increased area of effect. Another foulborn quill rain could replace the mana gained on hit with the much more powerful modifier where insufficient mana doesn't prevent your bow attacks. Here are some other examples.
That means you could reserve all of your mana, right?
This passive even
Does
gives
that
a
say
rare chance
63
for
chaos
foulborn
res?
uniques to have multiple different modifiers mutated. I'm sure you'll come up with some extremely powerful uses for these. We'll leave it up to you to discover what this mysterious part of the Genesis tree can grow. So, ultimately, you'll be slaying masses of breach monsters, harvesting blood with the aid of your grafts, feeding that to the Genesis tree, growing some items and better grafts, and back again to the slaughter. As with all our challenge leagues, this league will come with a set of 40 challenges to pursue, and completing them will award you with the Keeper of the Flame armor set, allowing you to truly embrace becoming a monk and worshipping the Dreamer. Now, graft skills won't be the only new tools to play with. In 327, we're also adding a collection of new skill and support gems. Let's go over them now. Kinetic Rain is a new wand attack which covers the ground in unstable kinetic energy. These hazards collapse at the slightest touch, releasing their energies into any unfortunate soul who happens to be standing on them. With enough projectiles and area of effect, an enterprising exile could carpet the world in dangerous kinetic force. Wall of Force creates a barrier of kinetic power, causing allied projectiles to ricochet towards targets automatically. Drop one behind a boss, and redirect the bolts of your armies. I'm sure you'll find ways to break this one. Conflagration is a new bow attack which rains down fiery bolts from above that stick into the ground and pulse as you approach. Once you get close enough, these bolts detonate, causing ravaging ignites. These bolts chain react, allowing you to create fields of incendiary destruction. Thunderstorm is a bow attack, which creates a whirling storm of wind and lightning where it lands. While you're within the storm, it will rapidly grow.
It's tornado
until it becomes
shot
violently thunderous with lightning-infused clouds.
and lightning arrow in the same
At this
skill.
point,
It's
leaving
both
the storm
of them.
will cause it to detonate.
It's both of
dealing
them.
damage to everything within and releasing a flurry of tornadoes in all directions. Attacking with kinetic fusillade will create hovering orbs of energy. These linger for a few moments above you before zipping off to nearby targets, chaining between them, then detonating. Living Lightning support will bring to life living sparks of energy, elemental minions that zap through packs of enemies with speed and ease.
Oh, I bet
Use
Gaz
these
is gonna be
alongside your
playing that.
spellcasting to augment your pack clearing abilities, or find whatever means possible to cover the world in living sparks of ruin. Windburst support unleashes chaotic tornadoes as you attack, which ricochet around wildly and quickly. These deal moderate damage as they travel, but will explode into a highly damaging burst when they expire.
It looks like
So it's
everything
a
is
choice
a bow
between
build.
scaling their duration up to get better coverage, or down to access the burst more quickly. Kinetic Instability is a support gem to go along with the new wand attacks that causes enemies slain to leave behind those same orbs of shimmering energy that Kinetic Rain creates. One might ponder just how many orbs you can create if you were to use both. In 327, Exiles will be able
I
to
didn't see
absorb the
anything
power
for
of some of
melee.
the bosses they defeat.
Nothing
These
for
take
melee?
the form of new Ascendancy class options, called Bloodlines. Bloodline classes are a new means of character customization in the endgame. They are secondary Ascendancy classes that are unlocked by defeating specific endgame bosses. They are allocated with your normal Ascendancy points, and you'll have to choose how many of your points go into the original Ascendancy and how many into your Bloodline class. This means there is a nigh limitless ability to mix and match here, as you could choose to invest just a couple points into your bloodline, or max it out, and you could take any bloodline with any base ascendancy class that you see fit. To unlock your bloodline, hunt down the endgame boss whose power you desire, and defeat them, or have a friend help, and claim the power for your own. There are 10 bloodline classes to discover. Bosses who offer this power are typically associated with past leagues, giving additional reasons to engage with that league content. Let's run over a few examples. The Chaos Bloodline will be offered to you by the Trial Master, if you manage to succeed his final challenge. With his blessing, you can greatly augment your Vow skills in different ways. Priest of Yalmak lets you use Vow skills much more often, while Priest of Kopek makes it harder to build up Vow skills, but makes them far more powerful. Or take Corruption's Embrace, which grants more Vow Keystone powers the more corrupted items you have equipped. The Ashabi bloodline can be gained by, you guessed it, defeating Ashabi. Her abilities are drawn from the 3 types of life force that manifest within as Marian spirits. The Wild Bear rewards you with adrenaline for generating rage. The Vivid Cat gives your elusive buffs a chance to refresh, as well as making you more stealthy while elusive. The Primal Owl allows your unleashed spells to reoccur many additional times, and get stronger for each time they reoccur.
That might be pretty sick.
The Nameless bloodline comes from the King in the Mists. Be forewarned, his menacing power comes at a great cost. With the Unseen Hand, you can equip a 3rd ring, but you'll have to decide if that comes at the expense of having no amulet, no belt, or no flasks. Unlight Silhouette adds a hefty life cost to all your spells, but they deal additional chaos damage based on the amount of life spent. Of course, there is more to come. What powers might you glean from diving deep underneath Rayclass to fight all the Crystal King? What secrets can you learn from Lycia, Herald of the Scourge, waiting at the end of the Forbidden Sanctum? As you can imagine, there are countless possible combinations with the system. You could be a Slayer that embraces corruption and vile power, or perhaps you'll play an Occultist that doubles down on their dark power by integrating the Nameless bloodline. We are excited to see what crazy and interesting builds players come up with. In the most recent Path of Exile 2 expansion, the 3rd Edict, we introduced a much anticipated feature, fully asynchronous trade. It was a fantastic success, so now we're excited to announce that we'll also be adding this feature into Path of Exile 1. When you reach Act 6, you'll be able to find Faustus in Lion Eye's Watch. Previously, he just operated the currency exchange. Now, he will also act as a steward for your merchants tabs. These are where you can place items for sale, for direct and instant purchase by other players even when you're not online. To list an item, simply place it in the tab and select a currency and an amount.
20 divines? Bro,
Once
I'd buy that
listed,
instantly.
Other players will be able to find the item by searching for it via the trade website or the new in-game market search. To purchase something for yourself, it's as easy as hitting this button, which will teleport you to the seller's hideout, where you can view their merchants tabs, buy the item, and also view the rest of their wares in case something else catches your eye. Every purchase costs a small fee
Awaken
of gold,
brutality
as
for
Faustus takes his
one
cut.
divine?
To account for this further drain on gold, acquisition and cost balance elsewhere in the game has been adjusted. Anything you've managed to sell successfully will have your profits collected here, in a separate tab to claim at your leisure. To be clear, previous means of trading, such as via pre-existing premium stash tabs and the website, will still function just as before. Merchants tabs, and the asynchronous trading that comes with them, are an entirely additive feature on top of the already existing methods to trade. You might find yourself needing the trade system to buy some upgrades, because this update also introduces 3 new Uber Pinnacle boss fights. These encounters are manifested from the memories of Zana, and in her long torment, they have festered into something truly deadly. These fights offer an imposing challenge, alongside powerful rewards. In order to gain access, similar to existing Uber Pinnacle fights, you'll need to discover fragments dropped by Tier 17 map bosses. Each attempt at the new Uber Pinnacle fights will require 5 of these. Let's dig into some of the challenges you'll need to face in these new Uber versions. In the original Incarnation of Neglect fight, the statues can be used to block the laser beams to hide behind, giving you an opportunity to avoid being shocked, frozen, or killed. When you run near these statues, they activate and allow you to reposition them. While activated, they will not stop the lasers, meaning you want to position them well, then avoid them. However, in the Uber version of this fight, instead of being a safe haven, the statues will refract the laser beams, causing a ruckus of energy to cover the arena. Activating them will prevent the refraction, so unlike the base fight, where you want to position them well and then avoid them, you'll be wanting to constantly keep these statues active. But then, you have to deal with their assault of attacks. While fighting the Incarnation of Fear, these fiery orbs will slowly clutter up the arena, locking off portions of it until you bait the boss into detonating them himself with his thrown spear. When Uberified, these orbs are attached by a flaming leash to the boss,
Uberified?
rotating around him constantly. More and more will spawn as the fight goes on, making it even more imperative that you clean them up by cleverly using the boss's abilities against him. Normally in the Incarnation of Dread fight, during the bullet hell phase, you have to acquire a red rose, run it to the boss, then collect a blue rose, doing the same, causing it to get heavy stunned and interrupting its mechanic. In the Uber version, you have to do the same, but in order to get the blue rose, you have to defeat the Incarnation of Neglect, and to get the red rose, you have to defeat the Incarnation of Fear. Good luck.
You have to beat
Given
the two
the
other
difficulty
bosses
of these bosses,
to pick up the
their
flowers.
rewards should be worth your while. Let's take a look at some. From the Uber Incarnation of Neglect fight, we have Bitter Instinct, a spiky shield that turns retaliatory strikes into preemptive ones, making it just a matter of time before the long arm of justice crushes your foes. Alternatively, you might find Festering Resentment, a poisoned blade with an unending supply of toxins built into the hilt. These toxins are put to good use, causing every spell you trigger to be capable of poisoning with all damage it deals, enabling a truly crazy trigger-centric poison ruckus. And from the Uber Incarnation of Dread, the Hallowed Monarch, a counterpart to the Dark Monarch, which focuses more heavily on investing into one or a few minions, rather than growing your hordes to massive proportions. Storm Rayclast, with your chosen few at your side, stealing power from your enemies as you go.
Dude, it's like a mage.
We've got a number of quality of life changes to bring to 327 as well. Many of which you may have seen already in some of our pre-livestream teasers, but for those who haven't, Heist is a mechanic which has long frustrated some players who may otherwise have been interested in the rewards it has to offer, but have no desire to grind through the early progress of finding and running low-level contracts to get all of the rogues to their maximum level. Well, starting in 327, Heist rogues will automatically begin at maximum level, so you can start your dubious criminal career without all the busy work. Points invested into your Atlas passive tree will now be refundable with gold. Just speak to Karlach to do so. For players who love jumping between strategies, there's also an option to instantly refund your entire tree, which of course can now also be done with your regular passive tree as well. Now you can make all your decisions with no regrets. Well, maybe some regrets. You no longer need to purchase bestiary orbs. You can now itemize beasts for free directly from your bestiary. From late Act 1, you can now mass identify your items at an NPC in every town, and from Helena in your hideout. This does not require Scrolls of Wisdom at all. While using an alteration orb, you can now hold Alt to swap to using an augmentation orb, if one is available. Opening a blight chest will now open all other blight chests near it. Rogue's disenchanting services can now be accessed from towns and hideouts. Kerac missions now have a handy icon to show at a glance what kind of mission they are. Holding down Control and right-clicking on stacked decks will now continuously open them to your inventory, notifying you in chat what the outcome is. If you still want to open them direct to the ground, to let your loot filter provide a dose of dopamine, you can still do that too by also holding Shift. Val orbs can be used on monsters encased in essences, to the same effect that remnants of corruption have. When multiple skill gems are ready to level at the same time, you'll now be able to click this button to level them all up at once. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Champion of Theopolis and the Verdant Magus packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Champion of Theopolis series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Manifest a Champion's Ferocity, as the Lion's Might unique finisher effect rips your enemies to shreds. Open the Champion of Theopolis portal to end your crusade through maps in the style expected of a true victor of the arena. Defeat your enemies like a true gladiator, wearing the Grand Champion of Theopolis armor set, the armor awarded only to the most elite warriors of the Grand Arena. Take charge of the situation and storm into combat with the Flaming Minotaur's Quicksilver Flask effect. The Champion's Podium map device rises up to honor the glory you've achieved as you activate it. Ascend the stairs and stand atop the platform as you enter your maps. Each flame surrounding the platform represents a remaining use on your portal. The burden-back billy goat carries all the supplies necessary for a campsite as he travels behind you in battle.
That goat
when
hates
placed
his
in a
life.
hideout, instead of roaming around like your other pets, their supplies are deployed, creating a small camp where you can access your stash and providing a place to take a load off while you rest next to the campfire. The Verdant Magus series contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Having Faustus sell your items on your behalf is great and all, but sometimes you just want to feel a little bit more shady about your dealings. The Back Alley Trader hideout decoration is more secretive with your trades, creating distance between you and your customers. Note that until 327 is released, this Back Alley Trader will only serve as your currency exchange. Once it's out, it will be updated to have the new Managed Shop option to also facilitate your trades. The Verdant Wayfinder pet is a loyal companion to any Master Magus. As you approach waypoints, it envelops them with its vines, guiding you throughout Rayclast. Control Earth and nature itself, as the Great Verdant Magus armor set envelops you in the ancient power now lost to time. There's also a matching back attachment included. Remnants of the forest ripple out from within you with the Verdant Magus level up effect equipped, restoring life to the corrupted land. Call on an ancient golem to use their power to create a safe passage for you to retreat through with the Arcane Golem portal. As a Supreme Verdant Magus, you can travel to your Arcane Isle hideout. A cluster of islands held together by ancient magic passed down between elite mages. Stand atop your tower and relish the great heights you've reached above those who have not harnessed the arcane. These packs are now available for purchase on both PC and console and will remain so during Path of Exile, Keepers of the Flame. Additionally, any microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 2. Meanwhile, the Crypt Keeper and Frisian Magistrate packs leave the store forever at the launch of the Keepers of the Flame League. So now's your last chance to purchase them. Thank you so much for your ongoing support.
Grinding your games is too strong, man.
We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile, Keepers of the Flame, at 11 AM New Zealand time, 3 PM Pacific. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
It's just too strong, man.
Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments.
They so consistently
We're looking forward to holding
do
off the
this.
Breachlord's conquest, crafting gruesome grafts, planning dozens of bloodline-empowered builds, and filling out our trees tree. We hope you all join us.
It's just, it's actually unbelievable how consistently they
G'day,
get this.
Exiles, and
they get this
welcome
done.
to the post-reveal discussion and Q&A with Jonathan and Mark, lead guys who make games, I believe was what we discussed as the titles.
Yeah,
That's the
official title. Yeah.
Excellent. I like it. It's good. We're talking about how to inflate their titles in the lead up to this. 327 Keepers of the Flame, the reveal we just had there was, I think, quite a banger, but I've been even more impressed with what I've been playing here in the office with some of that, so we'll get into that in a moment. But I'm curious, this is kind of like a special kind of reveal day for
Hey, I have that.
POE1 fans,
Look at
as
that.
I think it marks a return to schedule for us. You announced this plan to do the 4-month cycle for the games.
Look,
two
behind him.
twos, and it seems to be working.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly hard, I'll tell you that, right? Like, it can be pretty brutal on some of the stuff when it's like, every 2 months you got a deadline. But yeah, I mean, look, we have to do it, right? Like, I mean, that was always the intention, to get, the regular schedule. It's super important. So we have to make it happen.
Hey, I have both
have
of
to make
those,
sure
too.
That, it's something that we can do going forward. But yeah, I would, like, I'm honestly, I'm so happy that we managed to, to get everything back. And I think it helps a lot.
I think like things feel a lot less like crazy here this visit for me, like, and things seem a bit more of a finished state as well from what I've been looking at. So
well, we're putting a lot more effort into sort of getting that production process down, making sure that everything's going well. Like, we're hiring producers at the moment, just by the way, in case anyone's out there just like looking for as a production job. But yeah,
they're hiring.
It's something that we're really concentrating on, making sure that because when you've got a schedule like this, when it's this tight, you have to be really, really careful, because like, I would say one of the hardest things that we didn't expect, trying to make sure that we get the schedule this short, is you start to become really vulnerable to just like random things, like this person gets sick or like something like that, and that's like suddenly it's like a real challenge. So that's been real hard to adapt to. But yeah, I mean, honestly, we have to do it.
Because POE2's 030 kind of, we missed it by a week or two as well.
Yeah,
Like, normally that's okay.
Yeah.
You slip a week or two, but now all of a sudden, now you got a bit 2 week more overlap with 327. And it certainly has less room for error. But again, that's why more production staff should help, and we are just going to get better at it. But yes, we made it to 326 and now 327, mostly on schedule, give or take. One was, you could argue one's an anomaly, 2 is a pattern, so hopefully it should continue as normal. But yeah, we'll get better at 100%, so we'll work out the kinks. But it was always going to be some growing pains to going to 6 releases a year for across both Path of Exile. So.
yeah, I remember thinking when you guys were doing 4 releases a year that was crazy. So 6 is pretty wild, but it seems to be happening. So fingers crossed it keeps happening. Is the contingency just that, like, occasionally you just might delay by a few weeks here?
I don't want to. I really want to be real strict about it. Like,
we said we'd stick to the time and adapt the content around the time. Like, consistency is key. So hopefully we can keep doing that. That's still our current philosophy and plan. So yeah.
I think you were telling me once before, Jonathan, that when you have that for a while, it kind of helps everyone get an idea of like scoping a lot better.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, it helps with everything, right? It helps with the players just feeling the consistency. It helps with like developers. Like it's just overall like a way better state to be in.
So, Breach 2, aka Keepers of the Flame. It's the first real direct sequel league in PoE. Now, I know we're kind of sequeling with stuff in PoE 2. There's like definitely follow-ups there, but this is the actual first true sequel league, and it seems like people are pretty keen on the idea. I think the reception's been pretty good so far, first impressions. What are your guys' thoughts on doing a sequel? Were you like anti-sequel, pro-sequel? Because I know people kind of...
I would say personally that, like, so whenever you do a sequel, you're entering a dangerous territory, because people who didn't like the original could then now be like, oh, I'm disappointed because like as soon as they hear that it's a sequel to something they didn't like, they're like, it's not happy. So you could just be ruling out a bunch of people in your audience right away. Now, Breaches, I would say, is a pretty popular one, so like there's less danger there. Yeah. But effectively, in order to make a sequel to something, I think you really have to be doing something that had to be a real banger back when you did it, so that people actually, are definitely on board from the beginning. In general, I'd say we'd prefer to do stuff that's like new, but I think this one was a good fit. It was a good example of something to do, and yeah, people are liking it. So it's
I mean, as Jonathan said, yes, like some leagues are more divisive than others. Some have more kind of X factor out there gameplay. With the whole Blight Tower defense, and some of them are more maps and a bit more crazy. And immediately you do turn off some people, and we know that going in. When we make these, we try and make it something good for everyone, but Breach had that, just like you're just slaying hordes of monsters. You're just killing. It's the classic. We talk about reinventing the wheel. Here we talk about not reinventing the killing monsters in circles. And it has that. And by the way, that is a massive thing when doing the sequel, is we're like, we must keep the killing monsters in circle. Because the last thing I want to do is, and this is another risk of a sequel, is take something that people love and then just ruin it. We really focused on the weaknesses of what Breach had, because it was nine years ago, almost to date, I think it was. I think it was December 9 years ago, so we're almost there. Yeah, just if you want to feel a bit old for a moment there.
My back, ow.
And I actually still remember working on it. It does not feel like it was that long ago. I made those 5, the 5 Breach Lords back when, and put together all the monsters and all that interesting stuff back then. And I was like, what was I doing? Like we took the player characters, put some micros on them, and dunked them in red paint.
That was the style at the time.
It was like, so it's not only been fun to come back and do a sequel, which, by the way, we've codenamed Breakwall, which is obviously a given. But
important.
We've coming with like 9 years of lessons learned, including with all the lessons learned from POE2 as well, and then coming back and being like, what do we know now that we didn't know back then? And it's like, okay, let's not sabotage the gameplay, the killing of monsters, the killing monsters in a circle, and let's focus on the weaknesses. And so then we looked at, okay, well, nowadays, if we were to do a league, it generally comes with, some character power arc. You've got some crafting system. There's generally a meta system, and then that's where you get like the grafts, the Genesis tree, and all that stuff come in. And again, focusing on that, less of like, focusing on the combat mechanic this time around, because we kind of knew that was a success. You'll find that. It might be less trivial with some of the other contents that's a little bit more like crazy with respect to combat. But we'll see.
I'm definitely eager to dive into like basically all of the things you mentioned there. But out of interest, what's like a league mechanic or a expansion that you either would or wouldn't want to sequel at some point? Like, what would be a bad example? Is maybe interesting.
Well, I think the one that you said there with the tower defense stuff, it's just like, that would be very divisive, right? Immediately, if we said to do a sequel, and
Blight is so fun. I wish they would do Blight. That's exactly what I didn't want to hear.
Both ends of this. I think you'll get the most passionate people wanting it, and then you'll get the most people that hate it on the other side.
Right.
Dude, I think Blight is like the most fun thing.
It isn't like, oh no, that means Blight's never getting improved.
Right.
There's differences between overhauling and improving a league, and there's and obviously doing a narrative sequel where you kind of step away from some of it, and So
I think Blight is the most fun mechanic.
Really, here it's like, yes, Blight, there's so many leagues, right? Insert all of them will get attention. Sometimes they'll just be quality of life, similar to what we've done with Heist this time round. Because honestly, that probably deserves more. And then other times it'll just be an upgrade.
I certainly wouldn't want people to say, oh yeah, we're just going to do sequels from now on. Though we're definitely not. Like, I don't think it's going to be the most common thing. I think it's just a thing we decided to do here, and maybe we'll do it again sometime. But most of the time, I think people want new stuff, and different new things.
I like the revisits. I wonder. There's definitely some lore and stuff I'd like to see expanded. Like I feel like Harbinger, for example, touched on some stuff that was maybe only scratching the surface.
Part of what allows us to do the sequel here, by the way, and from a more production point of view, is that because we did the Twisted Domain and the new Breach monsters in POE2. We got to utilize the monsters. So we didn't take the bosses from POE2. We made full from scratch boss fights for this version for Keepers of the Flame. Cool. But for the monsters, a lot of it's reusing the models, the animations, the rigging, a lot of the art side of it. And because we get to do that, we get to then focus our attention on all those other things that we would otherwise have to have a bunch of resources dedicated to. So like there's a kind of like two birds, one stone going on there where we not only got to do it, we got to do it in a more cost-effective way that allowed us to focus on other features that are going in the expansion. So, win-win for players and for us in that regard. But, it would be less trivial with other sequels or to other leagues where we don't necessarily have all the monsters and everything made like that. So, not to say it's impossible, but it's just an interesting factor that came up that allowed us to do more here than we might, if we don't forward think enough or forward plan enough, and I mean quite far in advance, because like making these full monsters from scratch is not a short-term process. We might not be able to do for some other leagues. So, just a kind of fun internal kind of consideration that we made.
Well, like an interesting thing here as well with the fact that Breach is in POE2, and I don't normally get into lore, so lore warning, but I'll try and keep it as oversimplified as possible because I definitely have delved into.
It's a lore question. All right, final unmuted.
Cool boss from the first game, and yet in POE2 they're like explicitly not there as part of the boss of that, and also there's this lore kind of exploring the idea that they helped humanity at some point. So I'm curious if this expansion is kind of filling out the story in the in-between here, maybe explaining some of the stuff.
It 100% is. That was a huge other win we got to do here, because really there was like, okay, there's the breaches in POE 1, previous to Keepers of the Flame, and then there's kind of breaches in POE 2 with the Twisted Domain, and it's like, wait, how did we get here? What happened? Okay, so it's 25 years. It's what's going on here? So we wanted to, given again, because 9 years ago we weren't really putting that much into the narrative of leagues and into you'd find back then we're not far from Onslaught League back then, right? It was just 20% of some stats. So, and even when we had Anarchy, there was Exiles, but like there's named characters, but we didn't really have voice acting for anything. Like we've kind of stepped up our game in a lot of delivery of that. So now we get to come back and go, let's establish a bit more about Breach. Obviously, there's uniques and flavor texts historically, but yeah, we got to establish a little bit more. Add some interesting stuff to it. Meanwhile, also, progressing the narrative towards what if people are playing POE2 see. Now, that being said, if you just play POE2, you don't need to know all of this. If you just play POE1, good on you. You now know it all. It's all entirely optional information to know, but you kind of have this. Worth noting, on the kind of Chiola arc, there's a bit of like, is he good, is he bad kind of thing going on. Still to be determined, at least for the players.
I've got a cult following, but that doesn't necessarily mean one way or the other, does it?
He was a baddie here, you're an acolyte of Chiola over there. Yeah. What goes on in between?
I was reading the flavor text of the acolyte of Chiola this morning, and I'm like, even that doesn't really kind of suggests that maybe it's not a good idea to be following them, but but there's power.
But the monastery of the Keepers of the Flame is actually where the monk trained and from POE2 grew up and all of that stuff. So kind of little fun bits there. People playing both games will appreciate it. It's still great. It's going to be great in either game, and it allows us to develop. So because look, they're both set in Ray class, it's still a shared narrative, and it's nice to be able to evolve all of that. And it's honestly been fun, really, honestly doing all of that.
It's cool to expand kind of like some of the story of the ascendencies there as well. Like you're getting a bit more of a tie in there as well. But you said the monks trained there, though. I thought you were just telling me earlier that the monks trained here in the studio. So
technically now, officially, the monk has been trained by one of our IT administrators here, since that was the He was the person he's I'm not sure what the martial art is, but he's very well trained. I believe a black belt, and we used him for our mocap reference.
That's so cool.
Hopefully he doesn't mind me mentioning that, but it's awesome. It's quite fun. I think our animators enjoyed that one a little bit as well. So
that's awesome. You guys hadn't really done too much of that in the past, or?
You mean mocap?
Yeah, like mocap.
I mean, the animators always film visual references, so like they've got a room basically where they go up and they're just like doing all the animation, acting out. They're often not actually mocapping technically with like all of the suit and everything, but they're often filming that and then doing animation to it.
I'd say one of the most useful pieces of technology that we've been able to benefit from is it's a literally single phone shot mocap and very quick from recording to in-game animation. It works really well for animating obviously humans, but also for when it's involving just a single human. It's like ultra quick. Like if you have two and they have to interact and make contact, it's not very good at handling that. But it's been insanely fast. Just you just get a single small tripod with a phone, and you can record a human and chuck it in game pretty rapidly. So that's been amazing, and honestly, almost all of the human animations you'll now see in game where it's not someone punching or hitting another person. So like, it's not the best for combat and kind of scripted cinematic interactions between characters, but just those kind of freestanding town idols and all of that stuff, you can do pretty rapidly now. It's been a pretty big improvement, I'd say, in a cool way. So
yeah, and I mean, you're getting like POE2 quality stuff in Path of Exile 1 as well. Like I've definitely seen things like that's a lot more going on there than there usually is in POE 1. You're just talking about the fact that the original bosses were just exiles with extra color filters on them, right?
I mean, everything new that goes into POE 1 like has been a lot higher standard than some of the early stuff for a very long time, right? Because it's not like you have people being like, oh, you know what, I'm going to make this worse quality because it's going in POE 1. Like obviously they're going to make something look as good as we can make it, right?
So artists are artists,
exactly, right? So
I mean, the good quality art.
You could probably phone it in a bit more, I reckon.
They don't. No, an artist doesn't want to do that, right? They want to make stuff that's good. So
who wants to do that?
Yeah,
That's a quick way to remove their job satisfaction.
Right.
Make bad stuff.
It's too good. Yeah, fair enough. So you mentioned the sanctity of the kill monster in circle. So on the mechanical front, I noticed that there's actually two distinct types of breaches here. There's very much close to the original one, but then there's this hive one. What are the differences between the two and how they work?
We've got 4 encounters total. At the more common one is the kind of what we're saying is the hive. So the breach have come through those the hand portals. They've stabilized the breach and are now building their hives. And so you'll come across there's heaps of walls and constructs and some half organic, half inorganic. And you get the little spider things, which I think is the Twitch drop for the stream. You get those and they're kind of building and they're like putting together like molecule by molecule building these hives. And that's the one where you come in and you get given the power of the Keepers of the Flame, and that can just incinerate away all of the material, and you're kind of just like running around pretending to be a Righteous Fire build for a moment.
I'll just note as well, like you don't have to click any doors or like jump into any walls. They just evaporate before
you. Just run around. You run around so burning stuff. It's kind of satisfying. You see ash going everywhere. There's a couple of things going on there. So generally when you get to the center, you summon an Aelith, you start the encounter. And effectively just kill a whole bunch of monsters. They're trying to get to her, they're trying to kill her. They're not super effective at it. We're not doing the whole like they are persistently wanting to aggro on her. They're gonna try and kill you. That's honestly more of an immersive flavor thing than it is like meant to be too interruptive of a mechanic or anything like that. Again, because I wanted to just keep killing monsters being the primary focus.
But there is a thing where the more walls you burn, the more
there's amongst all the walls you can get these like spawners, these like hive portals where the monsters can then come through. So if you want to activate more to have more monsters, have more difficulty and get more reward, you want to burn as many of those hive spawners as possible, and then they will turn into portals once the fight begins. If you just want to run to the center, start the fight, do the fight and leave, go for it. The other thing here is, though, that, of course, obviously this can be a bit of a clear, speedy thing where it's like, so, during those encounters, using the power of the purple flame. These kind of purple flames scatter out, and each of them kind of has a skill attached, just like an oh shit button. And so like if you're getting overwhelmed, there's like different things you can just click if you wanted to, if you needed to. Most powerful characters, you'll be fine. Just as it kind of like will send out a giant nuke and clear stuff, or like create this like flame wall, and anything that runs into it will burn. And that's honestly more to help out players that are kind of struggling or on the weaker end and aren't like, able to kind of keep up with it. So it just normalizes the difference between bottom end and top end a bit. Again, not meant to be intrusive, not meant to be like complicated. We kept it simple, and it's just like 99% of it.
I mean,
is just
when you boil it down, it's basically just like a fast-paced wave defense. Like, just survive 6-8 waves of monsters that are rushing at you pretty fast, and but it doesn't have that same clear speed pressure that the like basic one has.
Yeah. So that's one encounter. Second encounter is like the traditional breach, the one that players have, historically been playing. You activate a thing, the breach expands out. So these are breaches that haven't been stabilized yet.
Yeah.
So they haven't come through to build their hive. So you activate it, it starts expanding, you kill the monsters, it's revealing, and then once you've killed enough, and if you can kill enough, like it can be kind of hard early game, but like towards end game, that's your goal. You'll notice a progress bar filling up, and once the breach gets to the end, that means that it will become stable. And so what was going to happen is when it becomes stable, the breach are going to send through their like difficult monsters, their elites, their enforcers, their front line to come through and secure the area so they can send through their like little worker spiders to start building their hives. So this is like a yet to be a hive. And so you obviously don't witness all of that. Generally what you do experience is you kill enough monsters, and then in the center the portal activates and a bunch of monsters and often a boss floods through. And so now you have to go back to the center and fight all that, kill everything, defeat the boss, get the loot, and then everything drops then and there once you successfully do that. If you can't do it, run away. That's up to you. You can still play it the old way if you want and like not get so much rewards, just kill as many as you want and move on. But generally speaking, you'll want to go back to the middle. You want to kill the either waves of hordes of monsters coming through the portal or the boss that spawns.
That like locks open then once you reach that stabilization point.
Yeah, it locks open the time. Yeah, so that's another good thing. Yeah, so the existing breach, I mean, obviously it's pretty outdated and even imbalanced, and often people were killing the breach lords, the wild ones, in like a matter of seconds. But I wanted to make sure that boss fight didn't have a time condition. So once it stabilizes, that's it. You just once you kill them, it closes. You have infinite time to kill that boss and fight those monsters. You're not just like, oh my god, I got to do it. So like it is a more substantial, and generally because you've cleared everything in that circle now, it's like it almost like you created your own arena. You've got like a nice clear area where you can fight that boss and focus on killing that boss. Now he has minions in a regard, so obviously it's not just one-on-one, but that mechanic's like quite cool. So that's the like Varun, the Marshal of Zesht fight. He has some specific drops. You generally want to kill him. And then, so that's encounter number 2. And then, encounter number 3. I know he's going on a bit of a thing here, but these next to a bit quicker. Encounter number 3 is the kind of sky fortresses you saw. It's very similar to the first fight. It's kind of like, oh, we didn't stop this hive. Some of these hives have been getting built for weeks or whatever, and now they're like, full giant mega structures. So you climb the beanstalk, as they called it, the breach beanstalk. Nice. You get up to the sky fortress, and honestly it's kind of just like a map of breach monsters.
There's no timer.
Clearing through.
It's not like
no timer at this point. You can just clear the area and leave, taking your rewards with you. But in the center is like the hive encounter, the very first one, like a wave-based encounter. It's just a lot more epic, and you have to, the same exact thing, except Aelith's like, it's going to take a lot more explosive power to destroy the rest of this hive and seal this portal, so you might want to get out of here. So generally speaking, once you've killed all the waves, you then have to get out of the area before Aelith burns the entire thing to the ground.
Cool.
Normally you can survive that, not in this case. You might want to get out of there. Once you do, you get all the loot. Sweet. You're not going to get that encounter too frequently, but it can be a little bit of fun, a little bit more action-packed when you're trying to escape. And then the fourth encounter is pretty similar to that, except it's just an area with your pinnacle boss, your endgame boss fight at the end of it.
And you basically didn't show those in the trailer, because I did know that people were like wondering why you showed kind of so much of the Uber bosses for the regular content, but you didn't really show any of these guys.
We generally avoid showing bosses for sure, especially new ones. You get a silhouette of it, a single emerge shot, and yeah, for sure. Like for the Ubers, we're like, well, they've got like 10, 15 skills each. Let's show one mechanic we've changed of each, you know? Maybe not the best option. Like, I know people like their full mystery, so like maybe lesson learned in the future might just show nothing. But yeah, we only did show one of all of their skills that have changed, you know, just so people get a general grasp of how they're changing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I probably, given the feedback, I'm probably just not going to show those again. So,
fair enough.
You know, we'll let it be a mystery. But yeah.
So this skill tree, you actually did it. You made a skill tree. Well done.
The tree.
But this tree is quite fascinating, because it's not just a like a meta progression system for the league or something. Like, there is that, it is progressing, but it is a crafting system. It's a tree that is a crafting system. And from messing around with that, like, it feels kind of brilliant. Like, this is a really good idea. How did that come about?
It was kind of a mixture from Octavian and I can't remember who. Me and him and kind of Andrew, we all kind of we just came up with ideas. But I think the original tree that spawns items or grows items and then hatches items came from Octavian, and the grafts, mind you, as well. He's got a nice creative brain on that one. Comes up with some cool ideas. I like, you know, that kind of out there style of design, which is good. And so eventually we took that kind of idea. I was the one who brought Breach to the table and was like, oh, we can unify these. And that came from a interesting thing where in the Twisted Domain in POE2, you get these you have these trees made of hands that the environment artists made. And I really love them, and I'm like, normally because you're on a timer in that area and you're going hard, you're fighting monsters, you don't really get to appreciate a lot of the art assets in there.
Zoom.
And I was like, wow, damn, I want to use those trees, but have them, because I think they're petrified in that version. So I was like, what does that look like when it's a bit more alive, a bit more organic, a bit more gross? We kind of came up with this tree, and you know, tree that hatches items, and it has this fruit, and then we were like, nah, like, I don't want just a tree that has fruit. It needs to be gross and dark and horror, you know? It's like, this is a gothic world. And so, yeah, we obviously went a little bit more crazy with the theming on it all. But I like it, right? It is dark. It's like a little, you've got this alien-esque demon species, right?
It's like squeezing the items out with a bunch of plus.
Yeah, it kind of came like that. And then it's like, wow, it needs a meta progression. The good thing about the tree having a passive tree is we get to reuse all the same code that our passive trees use. And then the other, because it's good, because then you don't have to make a completely bespoke system. And again, it's picking your battles, being able to focus more on what the nodes do as opposed to the underlying system.
I think what's pretty interesting about it, though, is the way that, like, it actually, for crafting, is quite interesting how it sort of encapsulates the idea that you've got, like, various dependent choices. You don't normally think about crafting in that way, but that's really what crafting is. And so it kind of like means that it's actually a surprisingly natural interface for crafting. It works really well. And so, that's kind of a pretty interesting one. I don't think I've ever seen it before, someone doing anything quite like that. So
I've seen some crafting trees and stuff, but they're usually separate, or there's like some little bit. But yes, like that's what I was thinking, because I'm thinking a lot about like how do you communicate crafting, because it's a pretty complicated thing generally, even in its simplest in Path of Exile. But this does seem to have like a very natural, more understandable way of communicating it, because you're allocating the nodes for the craft.
Just muting for 5 seconds. People keep asking me, am I going to play POE1 in practice for it? Yes, we're going to start playing POE1 tomorrow.
We've got multiple character trees. We've got world area trees. Is this the first crafting tree?
Well, kind of. There was the one with the items. I don't even remember the name.
There was
Crucible. The Crucible one.
That was items having trees. That wasn't a tree to craft. You could kind of argue Scourge is like the whole microwave mechanic, kind of. But it wasn't really a tree. It was like a grid. It was a bit different, you know. So. I don't know. It might be our first true crafting tree.
It's like I just can't help but wonder. Like we'll see, I guess, after a league. But I just can't help but wonder if you like accidentally stumbled upon one of the potential solutions to like how do you communicate crafting to players because it's so hard to do. It's like I don't know. Maybe this has applications elsewhere. This idea.
We'll see how it goes. And there's a lot to expand on here, of course. Like when you have these kinds of tree systems and. You know, immediately people are going to be like, oh, keystones and, where's my crafting tree notables and masteries and jewel slots.
My cluster jewels for my crafting tree.
Yeah, build your own crafting tree.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll see where it goes, but obviously that depends, We don't want to overcomplicate it off the bat, so you come in with something kind of simple, elegant, see how it works, see how people respond to it, and then... if things go core, because we always like to decide based on how the players respond, we can evaluate how we want it to be, if we want to change it, if we want to leave it as is, if we want to, so we'll do all that. But yeah, it's cool. I like a lot of the ideas coming here with that, with that and the grafts and stuff like that. There's some pretty crazy cool things.
So talking about like the idea of preserving some of the stuff from the old Breach or what's not being kept. So you had the old Breach Lord domains. They're effectively being replaced or removed here?
So those are all... We've kept Breach 1, I don't know what you'd call it, fully intact on Standard. Really? Whereas on this league, it's the full Breakwall Keepers of the Flame mechanics. So full replacement. None of that is there in the current... while playing in Keepers of the Flame. Like, all of the Breach nodes on the Atlas tree are gone, and all that. So you've got the current league. Obviously, our intention is that it goes core, but we'll take the better elements of it. One interesting thing here is obviously we still have all the old stuff. So if we miss the mark on some things, it's still there. We can bring it back. We can integrate it. We can, obviously, it would suck, to have to then accept that we have to keep using all the old art and old mechanics and old fight to some degree. But like, if they're more fun, they're more fun. We're not necessarily here in the business of taking away things that people loved. So obviously, I'm pretty confident in what we've got is going to be amazing. And as you said, first impressions pretty positive. So, but worst comes to worst, if we have to take the best of both worlds and merge them, then that's still what we're going to do. Now that being said, so yes, you don't have breach domains in Keepers of the Flame. You got all those new mechanics I described earlier, but that isn't to say there isn't a future where we have a prequel to the prequel, and we have or an update, not necessarily another sequel, but you bring back some of those things that were good about it. So immediately I can see people coming to mind, but what about the uniques or the rewards? We have kept all of that. All of that can be spawned from the tree. You can grow pretty much all of it. You can find... I won't reveal exactly how to do that. You can figure that out.
Yeah, nice.
But you can generally get all of the historic rewards from Breach from the new mechanic as well. We've tried to keep all of that.
Does this mean Breach rings finally get a revamp after sitting there with the silly thing that
they got their improvement in POE2, so we had already accepted that having a double effect while in Breach, especially given, that's only useful some small percentage of the time generally, not good enough. So yes, the breach rings have been reworked. I believe the implicits are all max res of the corresponding element types. I can't remember what Feathers one is. Whatever, we'll deal with that. But I believe it also restricts or constrains the mods you can roll in it. So it's like Zoff rings, fire mods, etc., etc.
Cool. Sounds rather interesting. The unique crafting as well looked pretty wild. Like, I was pretty excited to see that. I expected it to be like it would remove a modifier and then just replace it with like a random rare modifier or something. But it seems like they're actually handmade modifiers, like there's bespoke modifiers, and even multiple, like those 2 Quill Rain ones. Is this just like a long list of them? And surely you can't do 1,000 uniques worth of those.
I actually don't know what number they got to, but effectively it was just like, we'll just go until we run out of time. But yeah, like there's a whole bunch of uniques. It is here's the list of mods that it can lose. Here's the list of mods it can be replaced with on a per unique basis. Yes. Right. Again, not all the uniques. I almost assure you it won't be the majority. And obviously you're not going to be getting pinnacle boss uniques from here and stuff like that. Those are restricted to things that have specific drop locations But yeah, that being said, it is a list. It would suck to, lose the key mod on an item. So generally speaking, we don't allow like what gives that unique full identity to be removed. A lot of it can be either the fluff stats, sometimes the downsides. some stuff like that. So yeah, we'll just kind of see what happens there. If people love that, it would be the thing where we can add more and more and more and more, and then eventually we will have the entire unique pool covered. So we'll just see how that goes, but
Wild.
It's kind of fun.
You love to see it. So the other thing was these creepy arms that you can grow on yourself. I love that. We just, here, have an arm. Sure. Just plug it into your back. Why not? I mean, we were shoving rusty bits of metal in ourselves and stuff before, so why not continue with that? But these are like, it was in the video, but I didn't really like kind of understand kind of how impactful they'd be until I was messing around with it, especially for leveling. But these are like pretty major skills and an extra layer, because especially so there's 16 of them, and you can have 2 of them, and they're like a mixture of auto-casting skills, proc-based things, so like on attack or something, and manually cast in some cases as well. Like I had a tornado that was like crazy. So these seem pretty significant. What's kind of like the plan for how impactful you want these to be, or like, especially at endgame, like they'll definitely like very impactful while leveling.
Obviously, there's always going to be a spectrum of usability. Generally speaking, yeah, they're going to be pretty powerful. But you know how strong characters can get. They can generally outclass everything. That being said, for a long way, they're going to be pretty damn useful. And even beyond then, there's generally can scale the difficulty of the game like hectically. You'll notice like something I think you observed as well. The numbers on the skills are like out of control.
Yes.
That is because they don't scale with your stats.
Yeah.
Obviously, debuffs on the enemy, anything you debuff on them does. But yeah, they don't scale with your increases. The reason for that is that I wouldn't want it to be that if you're a spellcaster, you have to use one that's doing a spell, you know, because you generally focus on increases. And I didn't want it to be that, now in order to benefit from grafts, you have to really only invest in global damage increases and stuff like that. It would restrict the character builds too much. So we made them not scale with like your character stats. Obviously, again, as said, if you reduce the resistances of the enemy, then the enemy takes more damage, that kind of stuff. But yeah, there's a kind of a lot of them that vary from utility through to just like pure offensive power. They all also just come with stats. So, and yeah, as you said, if you didn't want to, like, there's ones where you use skills and you can use that tactically. You can merge that with some of your abilities, or if you just want to, you know, effectively let it autocast. There are versions for that as well. If you just can't be bothered, that's also fine. And honestly, at the worst comes to worst, at the end of the day, they still kind of just give some mods, and that's fine. And they are obviously used to, if you want to get one that just like specializes in harvesting more graft blood, that's also a thing you can do, because those systems are linked. Like the grafts do gain the graft blood, which is what you give to the Genesis tree to give the item. So there's kind of a nice interlink between,
I mean, they should really be replacing the power that you previously got from mercenaries, right? Like if the league needs to give you something that's going to fit in that power.
Are mercenaries gone?
You could look at it in a similar.
Are mercenaries gone
on your back?
Yeah, in a way you could say that. Yeah.
That's what I was kind of thinking when I was messing with it. It's like, okay, so we're gonna have 2 of these. It definitely feels like how I was looking at the mercenaries and picking mercenaries that had like 2 really good skills.
Right.
It was kind of a similar idea. So the design of mercenaries has informed this somewhat. Then it seems.
Sadly, you can't gear your arms.
No.
Can't put items.
Mercenary killed me in the gauntlet. Piece of shit.
Tell your
One
arm to
shot.
hold a sword.
Yeah.
You know, that would be.
I
That
got
would have
one
been kind of
shot by a
fun.
mercenary in the gauntlet.
The way Octavian explained the graphs to me was, he said they're not you, and I'm like, somehow that's really creepy to hear. It's like they're attached to you, but
Who
they're
are
not
they
a
then?
part of you. That was explaining the scaling. Like that's why they don't scale with your stats, because they're not you.
They're independent life forms, and therefore don't benefit from your passive tree.
We didn't do this, but we had a desire to do unique ones, which I thought was kind of going to be fun. We might do this later, like going core, we'll do it, but we're like, what if you, and I think it was Octavian's like, what if you had a leg growing out of your back? What does that mean? And you know, I was like, what if you had like a good jacked quadrilla arm or something? Because I was like, you could just have unique ones where they have like just like deformations, and you can have like random, you know, deformed, crazy things going on, or like, you know, I think I had a design. I was like, what if there was one that was like converted? You're like, I don't care about the League. It converts all Graft blood to gold or something, and it's a kind of like cursed pirate treasure arm or something. And you know, we'll see if that goes somewhere later. But I think that could be kind of fun to play around with. So
there's definitely some sort of like biomutant kind of combining of limbs and genetics and stuff potential here, maybe.
Yeah, later mechanic, right? Like nice to have these things you can expand on. So
yeah, so it looks like you can synergize with them, but you don't necessarily scale them directly, like you're saying. You can debuff enemies and things like that. While we pan down to some of our additional questions, I've been noticing some that get mentioned a lot in chat that we'll kind of transition over to briefly. So WASD gets mentioned a lot, like if that's something that's planned for Path of Exile 1, if it's feasible, what goes into
so
that?
in order,
it's a pretty big deal.
In order for WASD to happen in POE 1, we need to get the rigs from POE 2. In order for that to happen, we need to finish moving all the microtransactions over, which has definitely been a bit of a slow task that we kind of need to get through.
Yeah.
And so effectively it would be like we do want to do that at some point, and then after that point we can make WASD for POE 1. But yeah, it's just a question of getting through all that work, and then we can do it. Like, I'm not against it by any means. It's just it's just, I mean, I want it to happen. It's just getting all those things moved over to the new rigs is the limiting factor.
Yeah, and you want it to be kind of reaching a certain threshold, it seems like, of quality.
Well, I mean, so yes, you can do it by
like
just like where the character just rotates.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say that gets like that the quality of that is really not great. Like, I don't think it feels good. I kind of want to make do it with the proper rigs that we get. And look,
that's the same answer they gave last time.
Anyway, like, we're highly motivated to do that because it means that we don't have to rig a bunch of stuff for the old rigs anymore, which a bunch of artists would definitely appreciate. Like we will get that done, and then it's going to take a while. Like, it could be quite a while.
The biggest benefit from the rigs is just that we're going to then be able to actually do a lot more new skills.
Animation
in POE 1 as well that actually use new animations, and it's not going to be an absolute nightmare to try and make. So that's going to be epic when we actually get to that point and can just be like, okay, floodgates open, let's go and make a whole bunch of new skills that are using new animations. Because you'll notice, even though we have a bunch of new skills in this patch, it's all using the existing animations and different means of delivering it. So generally speaking, we have kind of your spell projectile, spell AoE, spell buff. They're kind of separated into all these categories.
Yep.
And so when you generally do a buff, you just use the buff one, and AoE use AoE one. But as a result, we don't have just cool bespoke things where do a flip while doing crazy stuff like that. We're not going to be able to really get that in POE 1 just because the cost is insane to animating that. You got to do that on 7 different characters, 7 different rigs
with all the different weapon sets.
Yeah, with every single weapon set. And because generally POE 1 doesn't have as much restrictions on the weapons to skill association, you'd be like, it's not great. It's really not great, and it would be like the cost of doing that would mean we'd have to do so much less other stuff. I mean, just a random tangent on why the rigs would be beneficial as well. Like, immediately I'm just like, oh my god, please, I want to do new skills that are
But we will do it. We will do it eventually. It's just porting all those stuff.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting insight that you even plan to kind of bring this POE2 rigging system over to POE 1 for animations and things like that, because that indicates that the future of Path of Exile 1 is not very static visually. Like, obviously we're seeing new stuff
what I wanted to ask. Yes.
But potentially a lot of stuff getting remade and updated, and POE 1 is anticipated to change a lot in that regard over time.
Well, I mean, it just like, for no other reason that it makes our lives easier, we need to do it. But yes, it will have the side effect of making the game look better too, which I guess is good.
I always wonder that. That's great to hear. That's what I wanted to ask.
Was asking for Trial of the Ancestors, and what's the plans or status of that?
I mean, we want to do it. That ultimately is just a resource thing again. It's one of those ones that it can't be one-to-one. It was too gameable, too solvable. Got to a point where I was like, this is the strat you do. We need to fix a bunch of stuff with it. It's not out of the question. It's honestly just whenever we assess the scope, it comes up all the time. And it's like, oh, we could do this, or this.
What is too solvable?
And it's always going to come at a cost to something, and it just has been so far.
What is?
At least 326, 327 that we've wanted to make sure that we had other priorities, I guess it's safe to say. So TBD.
Try the
who
ancestors.
knows? These every single time we don't like plan too far in advance with the stuff. So generally, when we are at the next league or the next 2 leagues worth of discussions, it's like we have a list of things that we could do. It's in that list. I'm sure it'll come up at some point. So we'll see.
Feel free to be coy about this, but it seems like since something similar is occurring in Path of Exile 2, that might help you kind of like solve some of these questions for POE1. So maybe that gives people an idea of the time frame.
Well, as I said once, if obviously there's a could do with respect to POE2, but if we manage to go down that route, we get to do the exact same thing we did with Breach here, which is that if we have all the monsters made, and a lot of art made, and a lot of encounters, so even if it doesn't appear the exact same way, it'll allow us to do a massive shortcut, which would mean that all of a sudden it is way more possible to add as a feature without having to compromise too much else. So
nice.
Yeah,
I can see that. All right, let's talk endgame, and I'm sure you're anticipating a discussion on Tier 17 modifiers, modifier design, their addition to memory strand maps, risk scarabs, and map modifier effects. So I list all these things out because they all come together to form a bit of a tangled mess of late endgame. And I'm just curious, like, before we even get into like what people are asking or what people are saying about it, I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are on this topic, I guess, of Tier 17 modifiers and their impact on late endgame.
And the main thing I'd say there, like just as an overall view on it, is that like T17s, there's this tension between, like, it is not a good place to be when there's a tension between what players are enjoying and what the thing we want to try and do is. Like, that's like a problem that needs to be resolved. So effectively, it's like, what T17s are supposed to do in theory is something that we want, which is to say, like, that like you get something that you don't necessarily like want to have to play against, and like, like you have to actually, and you have to deal with it or come up with a way to get around that. But in practice, players don't want to do that, so there's something clearly wrong here. So something does need to change, but it's a little bit tricky to come up with something that we want to, like, that both sort of satisfies our desires for, like, like interesting challenges that are different each time that you play them. That like all the, there's like, new and interesting things you encounter, but yet also something that the players actually like. So there's a problem for sure.
So what is your desires for Tier 17 maps? Like, what do you want?
Well, as I said, I don't think it's necessarily the desire for T17s as such. It's more the desire that you have, like, like interesting combinations of mods happen, and they're like, oh, this is a new challenge I have to rise to, and like, how am I going to deal with this, and that kind of stuff. And like, that's something that, like, in practice, players aren't like really liking. So as I said, there's a problem here for sure. It's just a question of how we kind of
100%. They're not in the right spot.
Yeah,
I am of the like, we need to go back to the drawing board a little bit here, because like we, and to be fair, we are like trying to band-aid it, but we can only do that for so long. We kind of just need to reinvent something here a little bit. Like, they were intended to be the penultimate bosses that allow you to do the Ubers. But they're also now, also this non-sustainable map, and where you have to, obviously a lot of people feel they have to trade for it, and then in the other cases you've got a bunch of modifiers people hate. You've got this like thing where, because of the mods, you end up devolving down to the endgame strat becomes, as you said, stacking map mod effect and modifiers via risk. And it's like, it's not fun. It's not ideal. We tried to narrow the gap with T16.5s. That kind of worked. And then you get some other weird problems where, like, because those can be APROP corrupted and Tier 17s can't. There's some weird issues there as well. And honestly, it's like, it is a kind of mess. And we intend to keep band-aiding it until we can drawing board, but I would expect you'd probably see a pretty...
I think it needs a full redesign.
Yes.
It needs a full redesign to try and see if we can come up with a way to both achieve what we're hoping to achieve, but also make the players not dislike it, right?
So is this maybe like separating out what you're trying to do with the Tier 17 modifiers?
That was such a good answer.
Ultimate like boss thing.
God, grinding your games
up to the Ubers.
That's exactly what it is.
At the very least.
That's exactly what it is.
I don't think that we've worked out exactly how this can work, though. Like,
I don't think that like the best, most rewarding content in the game should also be the tickets to the Ubers, and in that even that's like broad and sounds weird when you first say it, but like
it's so hard because
it's kind of, you know what I mean, where it's something's wrong.
There's a fundamental tension with, you want the hardest content in the game to be the most rewarding. But like, the moment you do that, there's all sorts of incentives that come into play that mean that people don't like it when, like, there's a map now that you can't run because the mods are not good for you and that kind of stuff. And like, so then there's also it's a problem.
It's a little bit of a mess of problems.
It's a problem.
Such a
any
strong
individual part of
understanding
this I look
what
at,
they
I'm
just
like, well,
said.
this is actually okay in some circumstances.
Right,
Like,
exactly
it's okay
that.
for there to be some modifiers, maybe
Right.
Like I'm sure, I think you guys feel the same. Where it's
I'm
like it's
so
okay for there to be
impressed,
some modifiers that are
seriously.
like better for other builds.
But in the
and worse
moment,
for others.
it's like
that.
it
But
feels
there's
like a
a point where it
huge
breaks.
economic penalty to that.
So the
you're
economy kind of
immediately
reflects
like
that.
you're immediately kind of.
But you get the thing right now. You stack the risk scarabs, and then it's like, okay, only Trickster and Juggernaut can play it as a way of it's perceived, and it's again. We are changing a lot of these variables, by the way. We're not just leaving it for 327.
Right.
Like, we are changing Risk Scarab. We are changing some stuff around map mod effect. We are changing...
Good, nice.
There are bits and pieces changing. I'm not going to stop band-aiding just because we have a grand plan for the future.
Nice.
Well, we have an absence of a grand
Very
plan,
smart.
a desire to have a grand plan for the future.
It's
but
exactly
we will.
that.
I would be very surprised. I know I shouldn't be promising content in the follow expansions because variables always change, but I'll be very surprised if we don't do a more drastic shift in 328 to solve this problem because it's now long enough that it's not worth it. So obviously, hopefully the changes we are making improve things in a pretty meaningful way, is shake up the meta a little bit. But there's still going to be some woes, and but hopefully people can be excited for, the thing to whatever the thing is to come. But it shouldn't be too hard for us to come up with something. Honestly, similar to how we did 031 for POE2. If we can come up with something that is just like a universal success and like is blatantly a win and isn't going to, lower the value of people's economy mid-league and stuff like that, I wouldn't be. Against if we can come up with something, because we're obviously going to design it soon. If we can come up with something or a piece of that something to deploy to, mid-league, mid-Keepers of the Flame, I will push for that. We'll just have to see if that's something we can actually do. Because often these things will mean like, now all of X will become devalued, and I don't want to like ruin people's mid-league economy and wealth and just destroy it because we decided we want to make a change, and so. There's considerations to
They
make.
said WASP is coming to the game, but not soon. They have to implement it. It'll take at least a year.
I think we're all on the same page. I honestly don't even know if anyone really is disagreeing with, like maybe in little ways, but I think everyone's kind of.
Okay, I gotta ask, like, is there someone who loves the 3 seconds out of every 10 seconds you can't deal damage modifier? Like.
I like it.
Okay, tell me why.
But I play support characters. I don't deal damage.
Okay. All right, you're gonna jump on this grenade. How does that modifier come into being?
No, I mean, to be fair, I like things that are just a bit more. I'm a bit more masochistic in that regard.
That's what I was gonna say.
I'm not attempting to put my masochistic views on the player base. I understand that, generally speaking, people aren't for that kind of thing. But I also like trying those things, seeing how it is, and there are things where these can exist. Like if this was behind a couple more layers of some sort of more niche corruption mechanic where players, or some crafting system over here where players can kind of choose to do it but don't feel forced to do it. Those things can exist, and I want to make sure we keep that kind of stuff. But in the broad mod pool, some of these mods are they're not really working.
It was
evidently
that one, and the like action speed reduction from using your skills, and I think there was the petrification statues that get mentioned a lot as well.
It's the drowning orbs plus
drowning orbs.
Like, okay,
the saw blades.
Slow. I mean, the thing about slowness is you do feel it, hence why. Whereas often you can just be like, I'm just gonna ignore that. That's a nothing mod.
Physically painful sometimes.
So but it's a bit overboard right now.
Yeah, it's like I see the problem here. Like I'm so torn on this because I want these sorts of. I get the idea of these modifiers being like things that you can feel like that they have a bit of an impact, and they're not just like.
Well, I don't want everything to just be another multiplier making the monster get closer to one-shotting you. You know what I mean?
Mechanics to happen.
Yeah, you want something, but there are some that are okay, and there are some that are not, and we just haven't found the perfect spot.
There's an analogy about this, which is like, how do you feel about immunities in D2? It's another sort of similar situation, right? Where it's like it forces you to change something about what you're doing, and a lot of people just really hate that.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like a similar sort of situation, I think.
Yeah, I'm the same. Like I like the idea, but I don't like the execution of that at all. Yeah.
Right.
Or the
and I think we're actually sort of running into a similar situation with this.
This is it is kind of your own. I mean, we've danced with this a few times in the past.
For sure.
We had some immunities on some pinnacle bosses and stuff like that. We talked about in previous chats a long time ago. But so it sounds like some of those modifiers are changing then, if nothing else, maybe as the band-aids in the
Sure, I mean, there's band-aids like that, but there is something like wrong here though to solve. That's all. I don't know if I can say more than that, really.
Yeah.
With the map mod effect and the Atlas tree in particular, I'd rather there was like 15 different ways to scale difficulty and reward, as opposed to just like, here's the stat I stack, and it's just like straight multiplicative.
Right.
It's, I don't know, I want, because obviously a lot of the stuff on the tree is affecting the leagues and the content. I want more than just map mod effect to be the way that you can multiply. And so it's like, oh, do I want to focus on this or do I want to focus on that? And there's like different builds within the like making things more harder and more rewarding. But yeah, right now it's just like, well, obviously I just stack all of that. Like quantifiably, it's obviously better, you know. And like there's I don't know, it's a little bit lame, honestly. It's kind of just a boring thing right now. And you know, I don't know. This again, drawing board. 100% back to it, revisit it. I'd be surprised if we're not doing something for 328 as much as I told myself I wasn't going to promise following expansion content, but you know.
There's some patch notes coming out later today. Is that, or is it later?
Yeah, I don't know what the time is, but you know, our 11 a.m. NZ or whatever it is kind of thing. Like
there'll probably be like a rollout over time as well, from what I'm hearing. Like
that's just generally the case because patch note writing is a surprisingly difficult task. It takes quite a while to get all that stuff together.
I mean, you've got an extra week to make additional changes. Like people are like
sure, there's
this
always
and
that
they,
too.
like get extra ideas and stuff. And some of this stuff may be in there, but it can be have a look at some of those in there. But it sounds like we're kind of on the same page with you guys, at least regarding a lot of that.
Yeah, I don't think you'll. I mean, obviously, it obviously needs attention. So yeah.
All right, it's cool. So on endgame though, in like a longer term. From a longer term perspective, we have a pretty good Atlas endgame system right now. Like I think it's pretty well liked, apart from this issue that we just talked about. Like overall, the core of it seems great. Like I can sing many praises about it. But previously, like historically, you've done a lot of complete endgame overhauls, and to the point that it was definitely a trend. Like it seemed to be like the way that you guys would go about it. Like every so often, there'd be a major endgame overhaul. Is that still the case? Like have you achieve something you kind of want to keep and maybe change instead?
I don't think that we would want to not overhaul the endgame again. Like the reason that it's not like we're like, oh, this is what we're set on, we're now just going to keep this forever. Certainly not. It's more just that comes down to like it is hard to come up with the ability to do a scope for that, and it's been especially hard, you know, since we've had like POE2 in in early access. So it's kind of like we just need to get back to a point again where like that level of scope can happen. And I don't think will be necessarily that far away from the point where that should be fine again. It's just that like, it really is just a question of like, you know, can we get the ability and time to do it? Yeah, like I don't think, as I said, I don't think it will necessarily be that far away before we do something like that again. And I like you do need to change the stuff every once in a while. Like it does become stagnant eventually.
Interesting.
So you know, like I think we should do another big overhaul. But obviously the term overhaul can mean a lot of different things, right?
We should be careful with overhaul.
Like it's not like it's going to change into like a it'll still be fundamentally the POE1 Atlas and the. You know, like none of the overhauls we did changed it too fundamentally, I would say, in some respects. I mean, yeah, there's big changes, but
yeah,
I guess it depends on how you look at it. But it's not like we're going to suddenly be like, oh yeah, we're changing it to be like a POE2 like system or something like that. Like we you know, it'll, but we do need, you know, like would need new pinnacles and new like, you know, challenges there and that sort of stuff. Like that's something that we will have to do eventually. It's just getting the time.
That kind of stuff, like escalating the narrative and cycling out bosses and cycling out characters and you know, changing all that stuff is like generally pretty harmless and generally cool. Like you're not really messing with the systems and the core of what people like and the cycle that people like. So like obviously that's always just a nice win when you get to be like, all right, what are the next set of what you know, much like Breach has now evolved and gone forward in time, you know, so will the end game story at some point, and you know we will do that for sure. And it's just like there's always mechanics that come with it. And sometimes if you add those mechanics, they can't coexist with some existing ones because it overcomplicates everything, it becomes a mess. I'd hate to have, I don't want to add more systems and now all of a sudden it's extra steps even more over to have to do on your maps before you run them and that kind of stuff. So sometimes things need to be replaced, but we appreciate the fact that POE1's endgame is in a pretty, overall, I mean, everything always has its problems, I'm not going to deny it, we just discussed them as you said, but it's in a pretty damn good spot and there's so much good about it and I don't want to ruin that. So we'll be very careful with that stuff, but honestly, generally, we'd like what you might find is that we use this T17 thing as a motivation to go, what is the redesign? Okay, let's use that as the crux of what we design around and fix the problem both narratively and game design wise by removing these problems from the game, creating something new in its stead. And
I think what I'm most curious about is if let's say you went into a meeting today to try and come up with a new end game for POE1. An overhaul for it, would it still have an Atlas passive tree like it has now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's no way you'd get rid of that.
I already know.
It's too good, right?
I already know what it is, so I already have it in my mind.
Oh, okay. You were saying before last time that
it's deep in my mind.
They already know what the next POE1 overhaul is in his mind.
Secrets of the Atlas was intended to be part one of a multi-part, right? So I've got the other parts, or at least most of it. And yes, the tree is still there. And honestly, I don't think anything is fundamentally in my plan in my head is changing enough to cause any concern. So,
all right, great.
It's all for the better. I'm pretty confident.
They already have it. They already have it
planned
out.
Everyone will have to just wait to see what those ideas are for an undetermined amount of time.
I assume we'll get a follow up to the story, maybe next expansion, perhaps, of following along what's happened. That was pretty interesting.
We'll see. Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about balance. There wasn't too much revealed about balance in the reveal trailer stuff itself, but I know it was mentioned that there would be a bit of balance stuff going on here, and I've had a chat to a few people and scoped out some things. Like, for example, there is the unplayed assassin that gets asked about a lot, and it seems like something's happening for assassin.
Yeah, that actually came kind of recently. We were just like, can we really... I think what I had said, and my intention was to do this for both games, is we should at least look at, at least with respect to ascendancies, look at the least played class, especially if it's been consistently least played.
Yeah.
And make sure that that's on the radar and getting some level of improvement. And even if it means we have a go at it, and if the scope's too high, we do it a bit later, and if the scope's within spec, we do it immediately. In this case, we looked at the assassin. It was 40% lower, at least on the primary leagues. It was much lower usage than even the next class, and then, so it wasn't doing very well. And it's been the case for a little while. So we were like, look, let's just do something. Come on, it's better than doing nothing. So obviously we just put together what we could over a couple of days and kind of mix and match. We had 3 or 4 different iterations, and it came up when we were looking at it. It was the whole you have the interesting thing, you go and look, you look at the class, and it's why is the ruthless poison node better than the non-ruthless poison node? Weren't the classes on ruthless meant to be a bit weaker? And then it was kind of oh, okay, well, that's a thing we can maybe draw inspiration from, and we just did our whole process for
Amazing.
that. But yeah, so we teased that last night, whatever the time zone is, hopefully people enjoy it and play it. But yeah, I kind of want to get into the rhythm of every expansion. At least we look at, not necessarily change because it depends on the scope a bit, but we at least give it a go of making sure we look at the worst class no matter what, even if ascendancy classes aren't part of our the package of things that we're wanting to improve. Because sometimes we do a focus on the ascendancy classes, other times skills, other times this, other times that, and but I was like, okay, it's this is pretty bad. Let's do something about it this time and see if we can be consistent with that. No promises, but we'll try.
And there's a little bit of a wild card in the mix here with Bloodline Ascendancies. So just to clarify, these are Ascendancies on top of your original class that you can choose where to put your points.
Same point pool. And the reason a lot of people ask, or immediately are like, well, why don't you give separate points like Affliction? And the real reason is, combinations are great, but also I didn't want to have to water down the power of the points. that's too much power creep, like to add to a character to be able to give trees at large. And so there was that interesting part of it. The other second part is that we wanted to make sure that there weren't enough points that you could put all 8, at least generally speaking. So you'll find most of the classes only have 1 to 3 notables, kind of up to 6 points worth that you can spend.
Yep.
And this is so always, no matter what ascendancy you are still matters. I didn't want to just make it that literally the entire game, no matter what base class you are, where you start on the tree, is the same. If it happened to be that a certain bloodline was OP, it's, which I'm sure one of them probably is. And all of a sudden now every single person is just this one thing. It wanted to be like, nah, I think we want to do a feature that adds as much in-game build permutations as possible.
Yeah.
Well, and also what's cooler than just being able to take the powers or learn the powers of your favorite boss for the purpose of a fantasy. Let's mix and match these things. And now you get this cool, like, okay, I'm a Templar. I'm all about, holy powers, but I'm also going to embrace my dark side over here, or maybe the ways of the Asmeri, and you get like a freaking Shabi Guardian thing or something. Oh, sorry, I've got support classes on my brain all the time. So, you have your Slayer something, So, the permutations honestly are endless, and obviously metas are found and builds are created and all of that. But what we obviously find is that, there's a few awesome perks here that I kind of like. Is that we can add motivation to doing certain content that otherwise you wouldn't normally do. That's great. We can add this for future content very easily, right? There's probably other bosses that you're like, oh, we can do this and this and this. Like, it's very easy to expand this and take it away. And the reason we're able to do that is because it is an in-game feature. It's not like overcomplicating the campaign and that player's experience. Like, you wouldn't want a second class in the campaign. People were like, holy, I've already got a tree and I've got this tree.
You mean a third class?
A second, essentially. It's like, I've got too many classes. There's too much stuff going on. So being able to keep it in the end game is an in-game unlockable thing where we can expand this feature over time. Now, all of that, of course, is under the assumption it succeeds. Again, we'll listen to the feedback, check what players think about it. But assuming it does well, again, pretty high confidence. Yeah, it will remain and we'll keep expanding, keep extrapolating, keep changing. And then it's yet another lever where we get to add so many different builds, because one bloodline being able to then be paired with all, 19 ascendancy classes is just like, all right, we've got a lot of stuff going on here. A lot of different options, a lot of cool things you can do. And yeah, I mean, I am actually real excited to see what happens here. More than most things, I'm always like kind of excited to see what players do with things, but like here I'm just like, I don't know. Let's see what happens. Like, it's gonna be real cool, and I suspect you'll get, like, for quite a while, people narrowing down on exactly what the perfect combinations are for different things. And,
Well, it definitely seems like one of those things where you just design something cool and we'll see what players do with it, because there's too many permutations there, right? Like, I don't even know what the math on that is, but it's pretty crazy, the amount of like new nodes.
Number.
Yes, several
infinite. No, not
several dozen new nodes accessible to all of the existing ascendancies. That's a lot of numbers.
Yeah. I'm like thoroughly excited. I'm gonna just do the whole, like, what boss do I feel like being this league? I'll just see if I can make that work, and then I'm actually gonna go backwards. I'm gonna pick my bloodline based on what boss I want to kind of embrace the power of. Then I'll pick my ascendancy. Then I'll pick my I'll go from there. And then I'll pick my skill, and I'll end up a support character. I'm sure.
Flavor building on this.
Well, if there's no mercenaries, I need to be a good mercenary to my friends. That's my philosophy.
Back to being mercenary again, eh? So this isn't tied to Breach League, the Keepers of the Flame. It's a core game feature, Elblin standard as well, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
yep.
Cool. And saw someone asking about Forbidden Flesh and Flame. I assume that wouldn't work with this.
Not with these, but that isn't to say there won't be some future uniques that maybe do.
I mean,
we'll see what happens.
There's an option there, isn't there?
Okay. More Forbidden Flesh and Flame. I don't know what I want to call them. Yeah.
All right. Continuing on the balance topic, from asking around the PoE community, some of the more common things that just kind of come up was, the most popular thing was just the general idea of buffing underprivileged skills, like giving them some love. So you mentioned this idea of like looking at the worst thing in terms of ascendancies. Is that something you want to do with skills as well?
We're always, there's a little bit of there's a few things to go into here. Like, for example, yes, there's obviously the core skills that are bad. Sometimes those are then enabled by something else going on, some other feature getting added, uniques, whatever. But most of the time, they're just as you said, underprivileged. We've done a decent chunk of numerical changes here, mostly numerical. Some are, I don't want to say unsalvageable, but like, you know, they don't have the same level of different multiplicative scaling that other skills could get. There's not too many though. And they require more, what I'm getting at there is they require more of a rework in order to actually become, you know, truly viable. That being said, yes, there are plenty that always need numerical improvements. I don't know, and then you got things like the Trathan gems, right? Cool concept. You know, 90% of them weren't really seeing any use. A few were, and now those are going core, I believe, into heist is what it is. But is meanwhile also full balance pass, so hopefully some more come to the foreground there, and you know, so on. So like, but like honestly, this is like a kinda endless task. It's like almost like you could just never stop. So like we like to just do batches at a time and send it, and we try and do as many as we can. But like each require discussions. They can be quite time consuming. Some are more obvious, where it's like okay, obvious increase, and others are like, do we want to do this or do we want to rework it? And then you get lost in a rework discussion. It's important to like cut the time. And it's like, actually, look, for now, buff it. We'll come back to it later. But yeah, like we get through as many as we can. We've done a bunch. You know, I could always say, ideally we'd do more, but like, I don't think, again, there's no real end point to that. So yes, sure. I wanted this patch to be very class centric in terms of balance. And like we did, I would say we did a decent chunk, but it's, you know, we didn't get to cover every base 100%. So obviously, like you got the bloodline classes, you've got grafts, which are character centric, and then we got the whole set of new skills and support gems, and some changes around that. There are a bunch of other changes, but yeah, like it's that thing where I don't know if I'm ever satisfied. I always just you want to do everything, you want to literally do it all, and you never can. So like, hopefully, there's enough. Certainly should be enough to shake up the meta, should be enough to make everything feel fresh and some awesome cool new stuff, but like, you know, don't be surprised if a particular person's favorite skill didn't happen to get touched. Like
that's the interesting thing about the skill buffs idea is that you manage to achieve these days very, like, there's lots of different builds and they're changing a lot each league as well by virtue of like the new stuff that you're adding, like ascendancy changes or new skills or whatever. All that stuff is creating lots of new builds all the time. But when it comes to the skill buffs, I think it's more just about, like you said, like someone has like a favorite skill that has been languishing. Some sweep lover
it
is out
sucks
there
to
just crying
see.
still.
It sucks to miss something, like because what happens when you buff everything, then you get a lot of like, but what about this? And you're like, yeah, I know, I'm sorry, I really wanted to, and you know, and then sometimes we still try and just squeeze it in before the patch, and we just try and get as many done as we can. But yeah, like again, it is ultimately a resource game, and we do as much as we can. We really do, combined with both new stuff to change everything up, bringing like excessive outliers down, and we do try and improve as much as we can. And this time we took it upon ourselves to add a bunch of new skills and supports, and so I don't know, there's heaps there, but you know, it's that thing where a few people are going to have missed their thing, and there's a few, you know, you want to do hand casting, you want to do that, you don't want it to just, I know that's come up, and I think even you mentioned earlier as well, it's just like, it devolves down to often, you know, either Archmage or you know, Ephemeral Edge and like that kind of stuff being just like, well, obviously, right, quantifiably better. And so yeah, just the ideal thing where, you know, we'd make some changes to some of those, and ideally you'd bring up all of something else, but you know, sometimes you get some of it, not all of it and everything. But yeah, there's heaps here, just, you know, you never quite catch everything, but there will be new metas, there will be new builds, and probably a lot of existing stuff will still be, you know, pretty decent. But yeah, there's a bit of nerfs, bit of buffs, bit of, you know, it's how it goes with all of this balance stuff, really. It's a bit chaotic, but, you know, there's something satisfying to it. But, as I said, you never really fully get everything, and thus you never fully feel satisfied.
You kind of answered my question a bit, because like one of the popular archetypes that's come up as being a bit problematic is hand casting, self-casting spells, and usually I think what gets brought up with that is like slow base cast speed, and that in turn making things like echo feel bad, and mana costs being
I don't
rough
think
as well.
we've done that enough justice, for sure.
Yeah.
But it's certainly on the hit list. Yeah. So we'll either we can get to do some stuff, in this coming week. If it's simple, if we can think of it, it's not off the cards. That being said, there's always next expansion as well. But honestly, you never know, because often these external variables, like the new classes and stuff like that, can really change these things up, without you really predicting it as well. So, I can't speak to what we'll do in 3.28 with respect to all of this, because we have to observe what happens in this patch first, given how many variables we've added. And like we said, we've added a nearly infinite number of permutations of builds with the new bloodline classes and stuff like that. So, we'll see how all that goes. And then, but we'll just keep doing it. It never stops, never ends. It literally is an infinite task. You never run out of stuff to do here. So we'll just keep doing it every single patch as best as we can.
One that comes up a lot is the kind of dominance of ES stacking and kind of stacking builds in general, but ES probably has been getting mentioned a lot more. Forbidden Ride, Ephemeral Edge, things like that, but also just ES compared to Life as well.
Yeah, it does happen.
Classic.
There are Band-Aid fixes and stuff like that we always like to do, whether or not you can consider them Band-Aids or just you just change some numbers here and there. Sometimes in the case of like Ephemeral Edge, it can be a matter of that's an acceptable thing to do. It just shouldn't be so easy to do. I wouldn't say there's no broad solution here, but I agree that it is a problem where it's like the more traditional just do a thing feels like it's now wrong. It feels like you got to pre-commit to being what is this singular thing I'm going to stack and then pick the thing that scales off of that. So be it attributes historically, not just thinking current meta. It's always
exactly.
It's always you just heavily stack this one thing and here's a unique that scales off that thing. And it's well, that's on one part is interesting. It's fun.
Yeah.
That is the build.
I'm in two minds on it.
But then when every build is just okay, well, that's stacking this, that's stacking that's stacking, and you start going through the builds and you're okay, well.
We definitely very slowly got here over time, I feel in the stacking, where it just became kind of just a little bit at a time. It became POE1 became all about stacking builds.
It really primarily comes down to mostly to the unique items that got added, right?
Yeah, it's often
generally a unique item's special thing is what am I going to scale off? Be it off evasion or off armor or off energy shield or off life or off ES or mana and or off int or off strength. It does end up in that, and then some unique gets added, maybe it's 1 per year, and it's here's another 6% increased intelligence. There we go. That build's now just got a little bit more of an edge, and you do kind of just power creep into that point for sure. So
it's I don't even know how much of a problem it is, but it's definitely identifiable that it's a big aspect of the build meta for POE1.
It is. I think
it's other things out maybe.
I think it's too dominant, but on the other hand,
it's fun though. People
it's fun. It's cool. It's interesting.
So you don't really want to.
You could argue it's what makes things kind of as part of POE to a degree.
Yeah, it's an actual action RPG.
Yeah, so you got to be careful with it. You don't just want to take away all the fun and just make everything flat and boring. On the other hand, but you also don't want it to feel like a player's made a mistake by playing a more traditional build, and it often can feel that way. So there's a fine line here. Hard to be at that fine line, but some things are a bit too OTT at this point, and other things are too far on the bottom end. And the other problem is if they start buffing all the skills, well, a lot of those skills might see use, but they'll still see use in that stacking ecosystem, and then it's well, have you really made a new build at that point?
I think that's sometimes the problem is my builds feel the same because ultimately I'm using different skills, but they're all I'm just stacking on all of them or something like that.
I don't have a here's the solution.
Yeah,
because it really isn't how it actually. It's not really how it plays.
Kind of gauging your thoughts on it.
I mean, I enjoy discussing it. It's just a matter of it's honestly 500 different solutions, and we need to just chip away at them and mold it, and it will eventually shift into something else, and then that will be meta, and then that will be complained about probably after a while, and then something else will be, and it's the cycle. It is balance. It is as I said, it's an infinite amount of work, and we just need to keep doing it. You don't give up on it because it can never be solved. You just keep going, and as long as people are having fun, and you don't compromise the philosophy of the game ultimately, then you're winning, right?
Balance is a journey. Yeah, it's not about the destination. It's about the journey.
It is. It actually is.
For real.
I mean, sure, it's just the stops along the way. Every expansion.
That's it. Yes.
Every reroll.
Well, a nice stop on this expansion I noticed is wands. So you did actually mention it last 326 Q&A. You said wands specifically. I went back and watched, and I was like, oh, interesting. I should ask about that. And then you showed off a bunch of wand skills, and it seems like there's some nice wand buffs going on in there to help wanders out.
Yeah. I mean, there's a couple of things. There's like a bit of a hidden gem is that there's attack mod only wand based types in the series now. So they're literally, and they're kind of themed more around kinetic
wands.
Wands, and so because that's always been a bit of an annoyance. Like there is a place for the hybrids, but that's been a bit of an annoyance. So now we get the like pure attack ones to help it a bit easier to roll for those builds. You got way more of a skill set to pick from now. And then, I mean, generally speaking, the skills they can be pretty hectic. You know, they can scale pretty well.
Kinetic rain is very hectic.
But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a cool theme, just like that general kind of like, you know, physical kinetic energy kind of thing going on. We had a little bit of it with kinetic bolt, kinetic blast. So we just extrapolated on that theme, and now you got your wanders, and it's the thing. And then we also added a little bit of like kind of wind magic, some tornado stuff.
It's like a force wall that you can
the kind of force wall. You've got like a little bit of inspired by Huntress from POE2 a little bit with some of the, you know, I walked upstairs the other day and saw some QA playing, and I'm like, oh, someone's embracing the tornadoes, and he's like, that's not even half the tornadoes you can make. And I was like, all right, sweet, all right. I was like, yeah, that's POE1, and I walked out of the room. I was like, all right.
I blasted like Act 1 through 4 yesterday on a wander, and I was just like, man, this is so good. I was having the time of my life. Like, oh my lord, the new skills and the wands. And it's like, it's not just the kinetic ones as well. Like, it actually pairs pretty well with the other ones that have like the flat added elemental damage. And it all kind of came together a bit. It's like, oh, it's
cool.
I definitely, in the past, I just kind of like wrote ones off. I was like, yeah, they're never going to get to wands. It's like forgotten about.
It's always been pretty kind of just, it's niche. It's actually an interesting thing. I mean, obviously it was designed before I started on PoE, and I always thought, I was like, yeah, that's kind of cool. Like, that wands that aren't about just spellcasting. It's, you know, they're about doing attack damage. I thought it was interesting.
Pistolero style. That's what I like about it. Wands.
Yeah, this might be the largest update to wand attackers that we've ever had in now like 15 years or something. So
finally, I know there's some people in the chat that have been a long time waiting for this one.
Yeah, you're right. It has been
your
forever.
moment has finally come. It's good
cool
stuff.
Yeah, there's a few other little gems in there as well, like some fire archer kind of things, and there's some that we want to still extrapolate on, but like wands was the main focus.
Yeah, definitely a lot of love for wands, and pairing in nicely with the added skills from the hands on your back as well. Pretty cool. Yeah. Lots of fun synergies there. So we kind of touched on it a little bit earlier, but shifting gears a little bit, I'm curious about the long-term development of PoE1. Like, how much is PoE Classic, PoE1 kind of like sacrosanct to you? Like, how much do you like not want to change it? Or because, you know, you've been taking things from PoE2 and feeding them back into PoE1, and I'm curious, like, is there points you get to where you're like, well, actually, let's not push it too much closer to PoE2 in that direction, but keep it its own thing? Or, you know, maybe like, actually, let's kind of preserve it as it is to some extent?
I wouldn't want PoE1 to ossify into something where we feel like we can't change stuff. Like, that would be bad.
Cool.
But
sounds cool though.
Yeah, but it's kind of like okay, the stuff people that we'll probably take back from PoE2 is more around the sort of QOL areas of stuff, right? So obviously, you know, people would have been rioting if we hadn't brought async trade from PoE2 into PoE1. That's obviously, you know, something required. And so it's been sort of nice that we get to do a little bit of like proving grounds in some cases in PoE2 for some of those changes to see whether or not it'll be okay. The thing we wouldn't ever do to PoE1 is make changes that would break what people like about it fundamentally. So there's things like the trickiest parts, things like the way that item drops are and stuff like that. Like, I don't know that, like, even though there are things I don't like about that, I don't think we could necessarily change them either. You know, in terms of, you know, so like there's stuff like that you know, you just have to kind of like let it be, because they could easily break stuff that people really like.
It kind of raises the question, like, what is it about PoE1 that is like, that does need to be kept, that is kind of what makes it feel like itself, that people do love about it?
I think that it's hard to even define that, quite frankly.
It is,
because yeah, like it's
the speed. It's the speed.
It's a mix of things. I mean, look, the thing that PoE 1, I guess, has become known for, as opposed to PoE
it's the speed
2,
and the
is just like
progression
the
levels.
combat pace stuff, like where it's just like ultra fast in a lot of ways. But it's not like there was like a goal to make PoE 1 like that either. It just kind of is.
Yeah.
And so you wouldn't like it's I wouldn't even want to nerf that about PoE 1, right? Like it just is how that is, right? So that's like really the fundamental difference. But the thing is, I think actually that the community sees more differences between the two games than what we do. Like from our perspective, like, you know, it's like there are I don't even know how to really get into this exactly, but it's like, you know, we're just trying to make a good game. And it's like, it's not like we changed design philosophy or anything like this, right? Like it's the same design philosophy from the same designers. You know, like going on in both. It's more just a question of like PoE 1 got a bit out of control in a certain few aspects, and that's kind of become part of its DNA, and so we can't really change that. And so so when it comes down to stuff like that we'd take from PoE 2 to PoE 1, well, it's just like all the things that PoE 1 players would like, and none of the things that PoE 1 players wouldn't really. I mean, look, that's ultimately we want to be doing. But yeah, I wouldn't want it to be. I wouldn't want to be in a situation, as I said before, where it's like, okay, we're like PoE 1 is in some kind of perfect state that needs to be preserved forever. Like, I don't think it's like that. We do need to be able to make changes. So yeah, it's just a question of,
I think a pivot with PoE2 out, and this isn't obviously black or white, but PoE 1 is, we always had a like, and this is still true, we still want to bring in new players. But I would say PoE 1 now, it's more important to us to keep the PoE 1 player base, the fans of the game, the long-term players, the people who love PoE 1 happy, as opposed to going, we need more new players, we bring people in. Whereas obviously PoE 2 is still now a growing game. There's a new audience available, you know, that kind of thing. So obviously we still want people who love PoE 1 to love PoE 2. That's the ideal world. But that being said, when we're looking at PoE 1, we're not going to like try and do anything that's going to compromise what the fans love about it in order to bring in a new set of players at this point. Like, I would say that's going to be pretty rare. So it's about making sure that the people who do love the game continue to love the game. And that's why you're probably going to see less in the way of like some grand structural change to all kinds of stuff. Because, you know, if that change would bring in a bunch of new players. Like, I think making sure you have a good, popular game that people love will inherently bring people in, because people will see that positivity and be like, I'm going to give this game a try. Yeah, less focus on bringing in new, more focus on keeping the existing fan base happy. And whereas obviously with PoE 2, it's a bit of a different story, where we really did think like, you know, we want to, there's a new room for a new audience here, there's room for a different audience, like we want to make sure we get as many of those players as possible. What would it take to do so? But ultimately, at the end of the day, what that then ended up boiling down to, aside from obviously modernizing graphics, changing the feel of combat, honestly, the biggest change is just balance.
I don't necessarily even think about it, I think, in the same way. It's like, I'm not thinking I'm making changes to bring in new players. I'm thinking like, what are the things that I want to improve that I think that we can't change about PoE 1, because they are somewhat like you know, would be impossible to change just due to the game feel changing so much. And so like, you know, like really for me, it's like, you know, I'm on a 20-year quest to make the perfect ARPG, right? That's my sort of like design thing. And it's like nothing actually changed between PoE 1 and 2 philosophically, other than just learning about some things and deciding, you know, I want to improve things in certain ways.
I do think there is a little bit of an assumption that a lot of philosophical discussions occur with respect to, like, outside of talking about dexterity and stuff like that. Honestly, most of it is just like, we're just kind of get real passionate and just start coming up with real cool ideas of shit that sounds cool that we want to deliver. Like, we're not really having discussions about like, hey, okay, today, Jonathan, let's have a discussion about how many new players we can bring in. Like, we don't do that. So about like, I'm trying to boil down what we are. You know, I'm trying to turn it into a philosophy, but the reality is the process is just like, how can we make cool shit? That's it. Cool shit that's fun, that doesn't like compromise things in too thing of a way. Things people will love, things people will enjoy. That is the ultimate goal at the end of the day. As I said, making whatever the visions are of this infinite quest of making the perfect ARPG. So like, you know, it's always interesting trying to be like, how can what are the rules? What are we going to change? What at the end of the day, it's just like, well, I don't know, we'll just continue to make cool shit. And that's just generally what we're going to do. And so, I don't know. It's actually a little bit hard to try and decipher that down into like a set of rules or something. You know, it's like I don't know. If it's cool, if it's fun, if people love it, then it's a win. And
it's good that both games have a bit of room to breathe on their own then, because you can preserve the things that do make PoE1 its DNA, but are objectively like limits to what sort of improvements you can make to the game. But I do have an important question for you both. What bonus should dexterity give you?
Oh, jeez. got a few hours.
See, I know this has been... Every time I come over here, I feel like this comes up. It's been going for a while, hasn't it?
Oh, for
dexterity.
sure.
What do you get for dexterity? Yeah, still haven't solved that one,
At this point, I just feel like nothing. Just nothing. It's
just vibes.
We just call it... We rename it to green attribute. It just does nothing.
It's an organic attribute. Like, very nice. All right, so still not solved there. So you did mention that asynchronous has come over to PoE1. It's like, initially I was like, there's almost not a question about that because it went into PoE2. It worked. Was there any problems in bringing it over to PoE1?
Not really, to be honest. Like, I think it basically. I mean, the fact that PoE1 got the gold already kind of meant that it can kind of work. But
the gold is a thing though. Like,
it is because of the fact that the gold is more scarce in PoE1 more valuable for other things.
Used.
More used for other things. Yes.
Yeah. So we had to do a little bit of balance around that.
That's
obviously, but also like we do have to go through and assign gold prices to everything in the game, and obviously because PoE1 has a lot more different items and stuff going on, we did have to go through and do all of that. So yeah, it wasn't just like immediate. We had to consider, well, hold on, the gold balance already was kind of like tight, like so. And it's in that spot of like, some people are like, I want more, and you do want people wanting more, and so now all of a sudden there's this extra thing. That's a cost, so we have to obviously account for that. What else was there though? I mean, ultimately, it's mostly just, I guess the console.
Yeah, so there's like the thing. So console previously had a kind of like trade board thing, which is made pretty much entirely redundant by this. So that old trade board is getting ported over into this system now. So that's
we're actually deploying that. Just a fun fact. We're going to make a post about it, but we're deploying that a bit. The removal of that a bit early because we need. There's like a thing where we have to get rid of it before the new system is put in place due to just like database migration kind of territory things. So we're doing that like a couple days early to remove the console trade board, and then a couple of days later 327 releases. So there'll be a little bit. We'll do a whole post about that, just about what happens to those items. You don't lose your items; they all get put in remove only tabs and all of that stuff. But
well, I'll tell you, for the PoE1 only players who maybe haven't tried it in PoE2 yet, it's been pretty phenomenal.
Right.
The asynchronous trade is definitely like a massive quality of life improvement and very, very pleasing to use. It's a new era.
We have a bunch of UX improvements we still need to make to it. It's got its kinks. So like, I wouldn't want people to think just because it's porting that we're seeing it as perfect. I know people have brought up having save searches. Being able to more rapidly, like you could control right click your item to automatically search for that item.
We're getting that feature, right? I think they even
that's incredible.
Yeah, I'm talking about things that are in progress.
Like that's actually wild that you're like potentially getting that. That's
it's very. I know everyone wants.
Is that going to be in time for
PoE2 feedback
I'm not
video?
sure. I actually haven't followed up on the exact specifics of that where that's at, but if not, it'll just be mid-league or something. You know what I mean? Like we'll try as soon as it's done on both games, it'll get deployed.
Since you're on it, was there like a reason why you can't mouse over items in like your sold items log to see what they were? Like I like that information to be like, oh, what was that sold for 2D of?
Tried that, didn't we?
But it doesn't.
I don't remember, but it might have been that it would require storing the item, which might have been.
We discussed originally allowing that. I think. I remember discussing that before doing it, and we were like, "That would be cool. That would be the thing we want to do."
Probably doesn't store it at the moment because it's like
a tech thing for that.
It's not like. I mean, we could probably do it, but
it potentially on the cards. Then it certainly would be nice. Like I like that feedback as a seller, but I certainly love logging in the morning to all the currency and seeing what's sold for what.
But effectively, I think that like trying to improve the kind of price check experience would be the thing that kind of like the next frontier of like in terms of the in-game UI trade
like,
searching
what
sort
would
of
be
stuff.
the next slippery slope to slide down to?
As long as we don't all of a sudden have like stock market-esque UIs.
No, I don't think we're not going to get that. Like, basically, we have to find a way to do that stuff that doesn't get overcomplicated.
Yeah.
So like, but then that's the tricky part. Like, trying to improve that.
Yeah, I know we've talked a bit about that in the past, like how far you would potentially want to push that, and like I think there is like an interesting like opportunity you guys have to be able to help make that like much more sane for players compared to what it is now to price check an item, which is a very complex affair typically. So, but it's interesting that that's on the cards. That's something you're exploring, pushing further. Not just kind of leaving.
But I don't think that's going to come all in one grand moment. Like I think it'll be, so this time it might be just, being able to, I can't remember what the modifier keys you have to hold is, but there's some modifier keys you can do to like effectively search for the item that you've got under your cursor, and open up the board and see it.
Nice.
It's like, I got these decent pair of boots. I'll just search for that, and then you maybe lower the move speed by 5 or lower the life by 10, and
the thing that you want to get into is because there's all the questions around. Okay, but what if these mods are irrelevant and you don't want to search for them, and like being able to do that right?
The skill.
Exactly, it's like all of those things that need that need a little bit of UX around them that we will.
Yeah,
slowly improve.
That's what I'm excited about, because with the right UX, you could really communicate that skill in a nice visual, physical way to players, which is kind of exciting. Anyway, slightly getting off topic there, but trade is like, it was obviously a big thing, and like for a very long time, you guys were rightfully afraid of like what would be the economic implications of this? How would it affect gearing and progression? And like, I guess like firstly, what has been kind of the use rate of asynchronous trade? Like, how have people been using it?
So we were checking on this recently. I think that you got them to look up the numbers on that, and it ended up being around 50-50.
Just under half were using the new system in POE2 so far. I expect that to go up over time.
Yeah. Is this like compared to the existing stuff? Or?
Well, it's just compared to people using normal trades. From one person to the other.
Okay,
but there was a little bit of filtering, like, okay, if it's like with your friend, do we count that or not? And like that kind of thing. Like there was a few things like that we would need to sort of look at to see, like, questions around that. But yeah, I mean, look, it's people who are using it seem to like it. I mean, the buyer experience is obviously way better.
We generally found, like, I don't know if it's still the case now, but like for a while, like the new trade system, the items were a little bit more expensive. So then there were people who were like,
settling in.
I'll deal with the old one because I want a thing a bit cheaper.
But then the reason why they're more expensive is because of the fact it's easier to buy them. So therefore people are willing to pay more. So
most people are like, I'm just going to pay the extra cost because I can't be bothered with it.
Exactly.
So I agree. I'm one of them.
Right.
Cost of money. Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, and it's important to note as well, and I just want to always verify this. If you are a POE2 player and you do have your merchants tabs, you have them in POE1 already. You don't need to buy new ones.
It's good.
They are shared, just to reiterate.
So what do you think has been the effect on economy and gearing, and like, is it as I guess as bad as you feel?
I honestly want to look a lot more into this, and I sort of suspect that the damage, as it were, that it causes is like quite subtle and harder to appreciate.
Yeah.
I don't think there's no damage. I think it does matter, and like the things we were concerned about are real. It's just that like it's really hard to kind of quantify that. And I sort of suspect that at the end of the day, the benefits just outweigh that by much higher degree, to the point where like it honestly, like just should have just done it.
Was the cost that needed to be paid.
But the thing that you were just saying, right, is that like those kind of like mid items are like now worthless kind of thing, and that is exactly the fear that we had, right? Like that's the concern.
Yes, Jonathan was asking me before this, like what has been my feeling of like how it's affected my experience, and like I was saying, I'm the player who lives in that 5 to 10 C sale range, like selling those items for 5 to 10 chaos.
And that is exactly the fear that like introducing fast trade does kill the values there, and that like I mean that's a problem.
Yeah.
But the only thing that's going to change that is if we increase gold prices. Now, there's going to be an interesting dynamic with the gold and POE1, and like we'll sort of be interested to see there. But
we'll have to keep an eye on that one for sure.
Yeah. But it's sort of also hard to know exactly what's going to happen with POE1 as well, just because there's so many more items. Like there's so much more going on. So like maybe the breadth of the economy will kind of change the dynamics a little bit there. But it's hard to say. It's really hard to say.
Well, like it's an interesting mixture of phenomena. Like you get the ability to obtain like your starter endgame gear for 5 exalts total. Like you can
Right.
buy a set of gear basically for 1 exalt each.
Right.
So like that's obviously there's a big impact there. That,
for sure. I mean that's that once again that is the fear, right?
It's just the like the standard now, the bar for like the quality of our gear is raised to a certain point.
Right.
And then I guess that has follow-up questions like, you know, as to how powerful crafting is, how powerful like item drops are when you first get to early endgame, like how difficult the content is. Obviously there's like there's a whole like follow-up here.
I mean, we're going to have to effectively look at what all of that and adjust. And the thing is that effectively by making trade easier, it's meant that the difference between SSF and not is effectively increased. And that kind of thing as well. Like, yeah, I mean, there's some stuff there. But I mean, going back to POE1, I suppose, like, even though we've got this experience now with POE2, we're just going to really just have to see what happens in the POE1 economy. And then, you might have to be some adjustments. But it's going to come down to the individual.
I mean, either way, though, like the amount of people I saw just being like, please just deploy a league. I don't care if there's nothing in it. As long as the trade system's there,
this is the thing, right?
Yeah.
Like it just kind of has to happen. Like it doesn't even matter. Like there can be problems and we'll adjust for them, but we still have to do it anyway.
But of course, like,
so you know, like
it's
that's
such an improvement.
Yeah, I'm loving it.
I'm excited.
It's
good.
It's so good.
It's very, very good.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be interesting to explore this. Like maybe like even next Q&A, like how it looks like if we start to see things over time.
That would be cool. But yeah, that's crazy to think about, you know, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we're talking about releasing Breach 9 years ago. Now who would have ever thought we'd have gold and asynchronous trade and a currency market and like, holy, we're not
actually
are we the same people
back then to say.
We are, but you know,
I know. I'm not.
It's like
it's a good thing. It
is.
It's healthy evolution. It's good.
Yeah. Okay. So moving on to some kind of mixed questions. Mercenaries was mentioned to be likely returning after a rebalance redesign in some cases. I'm just curious, like, does that mean that like some sort of horrible mercenaries are planned to come back, or is it more just about like having the duels there with the gambling or something like that?
The intention is they come back. There's just a little bit of figuring. I mean, like with all these things, we have to figure out exactly what. It's very hard to develop. We like to see how players think about it, find the bad things, find the good things, and all that. And it's very hard to develop how it goes into core straight away. Because then you'd be working on that and some things might change and then you end up wasting a bunch of time. It's way, 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 way easier to let it end, be able to process everything all in one collective and then make the changes and bring it back together. But like, what is it like? It's a great new player tool. It's great, like, or you know, less skilled players tool. But like, what does it look like when it's not the active league? Like, I don't want a mercenary in every area, and you know, there's all these kinds of like things you got to mess around with and change about how they appear. Is it on the Atlas tree? Are there scarabs for it? Like, what does that even mean? I don't know. And then you know, all the way through to you know, were we happy with how they were itemized? Like, you know, I thought it was too free to just put all the uniques on them without really caring about the downside. Like they would, you know, there's like they weren't balanced quite right. There were some that were terrible, some that were not so terrible, and like, you know, so there's just heaps of stuff to change. It's really hard to do that when you're in the middle of the league and where you're gathering all that information. So yeah, generally, when this is what you find with a lot of leagues, you get the league, you get a break, and then it comes back 1 or 2 leagues later because it's given us enough time to work out all those kinks and put it in game, you know.
Fundamentally, though,
I'll have a summary for you guys.
I liked
I
mercenaries,
have this
but
so far.
I also see it as like the sort of thing that I don't know if I want it to always like you always have to hire a mercenary.
I agree.
Well, it would be mandatory, right?
And that would be and then this is the thing with additive power like that
On
as well.
page
Like the moment
4.
you've got that, well, what's the reason why you don't do it?
Yeah,
and that's
I'm
answering
paying
that
attention.
question. I think is like
so that's
part
something
of
you're
the
trying to figure out. Then,
you'd have to have a reason.
If you had a permanent mercenary and then permanent grafts and
exactly,
like, will we now have to start watering down the power systems?
Exactly, right. There's questions there. But I think there should be a way to bring them back, and you just need to find the right way to do it that doesn't involve everyone has a mercenary all the time.
Thanks
now,
for all the
which is
subs,
fine in a
by
league,
the way, guys.
But I don't think
Appreciate
fine
you.
for just the game overall.
Yeah, so I imagine when it comes back, it'll be some
Thank
sort
God
of
I can
more,
type
like,
fast.
limited or
maybe.
opportunity
Honestly,
cost
it's hard to say.
capacity.
It's hard to say at this point.
Yeah, like I imagine there's like a lot of different
All
ways you
those
could go
years
with
of
that.
writing
whether it's
Maxwell guides
they're tied to a
paying
skill gem
off.
or they're tied to a certain ascendancy or something like that.
Right.
But I mean, it's a cool design. Like it would be cool to have them back in some capacity.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm sure they will come back eventually. It's just, how?
Yeah, we already said they were, so they are.
Yeah, you promised. When you said mercenaries and then the graphs, and I was like, what's that game with the giant rolling ball that just sucks up all the entire city? Like I was like imagining Exile's just kind of becoming that over time.
Yeah, I don't want to just turn the game into just like everyone's an auto bomber
or whatever.
You know, with all their just
called
like
something
league mechanics, just killing everything for them. You know,
Katamari, thanks, Chad. That's the one. Yes, giant Katamari ball exiles. So we did touch on gold. That was good. Heist is mentioned as getting the Trothan gems added to it to give it a little bit more. It got some nice quality of life improvements. Yeah. But something that I saw that was an interesting question was, so at one point Heist had these like extra modifiers you could get on contracts to like make them more interesting, and they don't really have anything like that. And I would go so far as to say right now Heist doesn't really have any decision making. How do you guys feel about the state of Heist overall?
It's not good enough. And this is the part of the problem is we were having. It's like, we want to do this kind of like mid to grand rework for it, like make it better and change this and change that. And then that was honestly what was holding up that QOL change, where it's just like, because we also were like, we'll design it out such that the rogues don't have the levels, and it was waiting on that, and I was like, okay, look, at this point, it's been too long. We don't know when we're going to be able to do this. We can't say with certainty, because again, the same resourcing limits, the same argument as Charlie, the answer's the same as everything. We have to pick our battles. There's more battles than can be fought. And so, and the same thing, I was like, okay, well, look, if we're not doing this anytime soon, then yeah, we should do this QOL change, and you know, we'll make little incremental improvements to them all the time. But yeah, it's one of those ones that needs some love for sure, and it'll come eventually. We cycle through everything eventually. So yeah, I mean, I just can't win. I don't know. You know, you never know. You never know with these things, because we assess the battles every time, and we try and pick the best fought ones. And I know there'll be some people who are like, Heist should be your number one priority battle, but like, you know, I don't think that's the majority vote right now. So you know, we try and make sure we, you know.
Heist is a tricky one because like I think it always suffered a bit of an identity and mechanics issue as to like, what is it supposed to be? Is it a stealth thing? Is it a just run through as fast as you can? What's the decision making?
For sure. Wow.
But it's also like simultaneously, it is quite well loved by the people who like it, and it had like a lot of flavor and cool characters and stuff in it. Like that. So it seems worth salvaging.
It's definitely rich of character involvement, NPCs and lore and stuff like that. So it's nice, and it.
I named my daughter after one of the characters, so you better save the mechanic, please. Just saying.
Who was that? Was it
Talina?
I was going to say. I was going to suggest one of the crazy character.
That would be an interesting name for my daughter.
Well, I don't know why you named her that. That's your choice.
I'm a fan, okay. It comes up every now and then, of course. Campaign and leveling. At one point, I think like Path of Exile 2 was kind of like the thing that people were looking for to help save kind of the campaign experience for POE1. But obviously it's a separate game now. So. Yeah. But you've done some nice improvements, like adding new things and doing a few little streamlinings of earlier acts. Is this something that you're still looking to continue, especially with the context of you're saying that you're like not really beholden to trying to seek out new players now, so it might not be as important as it once was, but
I would argue it's more important.
Interesting.
Because those campaign changes are what helps it keep fresh for people who are replaying the game.
True.
It's actually it's way more important for the existing players. So yeah, it is something I do want to keep doing for sure.
Great.
You know, I liked the adding things, like different things happening in different zones, and you know, you can kind of restructure some of the areas a little bit and add a little thing here and there. I like doing all that for sure. So yeah, I would expect to continue seeing things. I don't think we have anything particular in 327 for that, but it will, you know, at some point we'll certainly be doing another set of things, you know, and we'll try and keep that up pretty consistently. If not on a patch by patch basis, at least like, you know, every year you get a certain set of them and stuff like that, just to help it feel a bit fresh. You know, I also like the things you just get to integrate like some other random league into the campaign somewhere in a few areas. It's like, oh, these areas are being overrun by X or something. You know, it helps it feel a little bit cool, and the world is changing, and it's not just this static thing all of the time. So
yeah, I like the deeper integration of league mechanics into the campaign that you've been doing in POE2 and to a lesser extent in POE1. It's Cool. That's good. It's a good way to introduce that stuff to people over time as well. Did you ever have like a crazy fever dream where you like dreamt having like a league where you have some alternate leveling experience besides the campaign? I know that's never been a.
That would be a bit of a tricky one to do, honestly.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, you know, I'm pretty sure that has been something we've discussed for a very short amount of time, a long time ago, but don't know if we could really.
I've had some fever dreams about it, but I was just trying to remember what it was, but it couldn't work. I just remember.
Because I know, like, people ask about it every time, and I'm like, I guess I'll ask in a creative way this classic question of like, another way to level for the people who just don't like the campaign. Like, I know that you guys, you just want to make the campaign as good as possible. Like, the answer is always, we'll make the campaign better. But then I thought, like, a league as a throwaway thing wouldn't be that permanent problem that you have.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I don't know.
Interesting. That's why
you don't want to give something that's The problem is they'll like directly compete, and one will clearly be better, and then everyone will just do that.
You just make it really awful, and then they'll be like, "Oh, you're
great,
right,
great plan. Let's just make some terrible content.
No one will ask for it ever again."
Cool.
What is it? Incompetence. Yes.
No, I do want to keep making it fresh, and again integrating. I want the leagues to integrate into the campaign better and feel unique. Like, I don't know if you've noticed. It is a thing in POE2, and we're going to start doing it in POE1. Every single area for Rise of the Abyssal has a guaranteed drop that drops from the chest.
Yeah, it's great.
And I don't know how many people actually know this. I know it's not a secret.
The racers know.
Yeah, and then like I think like for example, the Molten Vault in Act 3 has a guaranteed unique drop for the first time you do an Abyss there.
Yep.
And so you get to do that thing where you get to like, and I want to make sure we're going to do this system in POE1, by the way, with Keepers of the Flame, where you get like a kind of extra handcrafted guaranteed drop that we pick.
Cool.
For each area in the campaign. So there's a little bit of like, what's it going to be in this area and this area? And so, it'll help ideally if we do our job right, not just like be like, I'm going to skip every single area, get to endgame, and then care about it, which is still a fine strategy, by the way.
That's still
Go
what
for
we're
it
going to
if
be
you want.
doing, unless it's really good.
I don't know. Maybe you're second guess some of it now, and you work out what areas you want to do. I like that, but I want to make the active league feel more important in the campaign as well. So as much as we can do to strive towards having that be the case is always fun. I obviously understand though that like when you're insanely an accelerant player, you don't need it, right? You can just get to endgame and then deal with it. You might not want to sink the time, but like a lot of people do want to engage with it. A lot of people want to play the new league in the campaign, and so we should take every motivation we can to try and make that happen, and that way the campaign can feel more enjoyable, not just be seen as a thing I need to get through, but there'll always be a bit of that, and there's not really much you can do about it, so it's really the fight to keep it as feeling as fresh as possible and with heaps of stuff going on. But it's part of that is the motivation of why we do leagues in the first place, right? Like, you want to come back and have this new thing going on in the world. Imagine if you came back and there wasn't even a leak. Imagine you came back and it's like, okay, there's some balance changes, but like, what else is going on? So, like it even we understand that you must have the league in order for the campaign to not just feel the same every single time. So.
Yeah, true. Yeah. And I think like the ones that have had less impact on the campaign have certainly been a little bit less exciting for that
for sure.
initial leveling experience.
Yeah, for sure, because it's just the same as before, except kind of honestly maybe worse. And then you really want to feel like the world is different, something's going on, something you're engaging with you didn't before, and
Anyway, I'm a campaign enjoyer. Sorry, I like it, but I got to rep the diverse opinions out there for that one.
For sure, it's commonly brought up. It's always worth discussing. 100%.
It's a classic.
We compromise on gold. We compromise on trade. It's always good for people to ask what else we
I like to
and
check
how
in
we
and see where you guys have shifted.
Yeah, see where we are and what we like. Nothing's set in stone forever. Maybe this one is, but we'll see.
Maybe next Q&A. We'll see. So a question that I saw that was interesting was how does GGG track bugs? What's the best way to report them? And the kind of like the example was like they had a specific transfigured skill gem as like an ice golem that doesn't work with support gems and hasn't since launched. So
Right.
just kind of like stuff getting kind of lost in the woodwork. Like,
Unfortunately, one of the realities of live service development is, okay, so if we're going to make a league by a certain deadline, like every time we're looking at each issue and being like, okay, is this more important than getting this league finished? And it's really, really hard to prioritize some of those things in some cases. Like, they should get attention eventually, but it's like, we have like, I have no idea how many open issues there are in our bug tracker. It could easily be tens of thousands.
It will be.
Yeah, it will be. And like, this is one of those things where like,
games.
like we have this thing where it's like, okay, here's something that might affect 0.1% of players, and like, it's really, really hard to prioritize that over like, here's the new content that everyone's going to be playing. So people do get slack time where they can just kind of work on random things like that, but like it can be hard to get some of them.
You might find something as simple as like this skill doesn't get affected by support gems, could take 5 seconds and hasn't really been observed or prioritized. That is an option. Or it's going to take 5 weeks to implement some giant refactor, and honestly, we should have just deleted the skill and added 15 others. You know what I mean? Like, it's honestly kind of hard to know, and it's easy to go look at that single thing after this because you happen to bring it up and like, we'll see what the problem really is. But often sometimes the simplest things boil down to like, oh, we have to refactor this and this, and about how damage is dealt, and how something with conversion and dexterity, and not dexterity, and it boils down to this like giant refactor of how all this code works, and then it's like, now we can do this thing. Okay, what else did it get us? Just kind of just that.
And you get issues stuck in this hell effectively of like, someone like read it, they put it in the issue tracker, someone looked into it, they realized there was some annoying detail of it that would require some larger change, and then someone was like, oh well, we don't have time for that, we're doing some other thing, and then it kind of gets put into some like hell of like unversion this like when we get time thing, and then it just kind of dies, and that's kind of an unfortunate situation that
I have several thousand assigned to me in a version called unscheduled. I don't know what to do with this. One day there used to be this optimism of like, one day I'll get there, and then I've accepted defeat.
But I mean, ultimately, obviously we prioritize things based on how much the community cares about it. So if people do care a lot about it, then obviously we'll get some attention.
So to the point of the question, then, like, what can players do from their perspective for something that they think is important?
Generally, most of the media, like our community team, has a generally good eye on things that are more at the larger issues that get brought up. They do get noted down. They do generally get forwarded to us or the relevant people. For the fine detail bug reports, our QA team, it is part of their routine to go through the bug reports forums, and
the forum seems to be the most pertinent place.
That is part of the day-to-day routine of the QA team.
So if you want to take like the time to actually document something that is like that you think maybe has been missed or doesn't have enough information or could get the bug report forum.
The slash bug in game comes with like a thing, but that's more about like terrain issues, or like something that's like, oh, what the heck, this generated weird, or like, what the heck is this weird thing here? And it does give us a like recreate of the level, so we can come in and then like figure it out. But like, if slash bug going, a skill is broken, or like my skill can't be supported, those two things are not correlated. So that's like, if it's like broken and like if the level is bad, or there's monsters in the level or something glitching out, slash bug is a good way, and then there's a brief description. If you want to like report a skill or something like that, it's better on the forums for sure.
Okay. A couple popular requests. One was dual stash tab, and also kind of tangential to that was like more affinities. Is this something?
You said dual stash tab. I thought you meant as in two stash. I was like,
well, I want more stash tabs in my stash tabs.
You had the quad one. You want
I want a halfway between them. It's too much.
Okay.
The item's too small. Duels.
Right, I got it. Okay. Generally speaking, we wanted it to always be that like rollable equipment, things with modifiers, don't get specific stash tabs. Like that's the stuff you have to deal with. That's the item management should be in that. But then I understand technically compromised on flasks and bits and pieces, and it's like a little bit of a grey area.
Plus, you could just make money.
We so far have drawn the line kind of as just like, I mean, we've
literally
listed the rest of the stash tabs, and aside from adding new leagues and a whole bunch of new currency items here and there and stuff like that, it's been like, I don't know. I think that might be it. Like, until we add new stuff that requires new affinities, like maybe something comes with this league. I think this league has a locker, so whatever. But then it's like, yeah, I don't know if we will ever really add them for the equipment. I don't want it to be that you literally can just control click. Well, people have their dump tabs and different methodologies of doing that stuff, but I don't want everything to just auto sort.
Why?
People may disagree with me.
Yeah, why?
Fair enough, you can.
It's amazing in Last
but it
Epoch.
is ultimately how we want it to be, where it's like there is at least some items you're kind of looking at, like especially with mods. Like obviously with the currency, you know by the icon
look at
what
them
it is.
still.
With an armor, you want to look at it, see what the mods are, and then make a decision. And sure, a lot of people put it in a tab and then look at it later and make the decision.
You still
and
look
I
at
understand
it.
with the trade system before, what actually people are doing is just dumping it, and then if they get spam for messages, then looking at it. You know, there's stuff like that. But yeah, I do want to make sure that you actually are reading the modifiers, assessing if it's a good item, and then making decisions on it as part of your cycle. And you can work around it. That's up to you. But yeah, the moment that everything is just like somewhere, and you're just like, all right, and do you even know what you got now? You know what I mean? Like
you
could
go
argue,
look
well, I
at it
can look at
the
it
end
and
of the
then control
day.
it and all the sort.
You go
But
look.
you know, I think we kind of drew the line at equipment. And again, I suspect a lot of people are gonna be like, well, you should change that, and I'll be like, well, I don't want to, and you know, we'll be at a disagreement there. And again, I'm all about having a healthy disagreement. I don't mind. So that might just be where it is, and I don't know. We can reevaluate.
It's amazing, and I look at every item.
I think on the affinities tab,
I look at everything.
On the affinities side of things,
absolutely
Chat's
works.
mentioning there's like a few in POE1 that are kind of missing, maybe like incubators and stuff.
Oh no,
That probably don't-
they are missing. It is our intention to add this.
Okay, yeah.
For that, more like fungibles and stuff like that, like
Yeah.
non-modifier stuff. There is an intention to add that. Yes,
Oh, cool,
100%.
nice. Good to know. Yeah, cool. So they're probably the ones. that
Yeah,
are being
I mean, we
mentioned
did
there.
that in POE2. We were always like, oh, we've got to release the stash tab, and then we did the whole like, wait, we can just add affinities without the tab. We can add the tab later if we want to. So we still need to go through POE1 and add some affinities that aren't that don't have stash tabs for sale or anything like that. So yeah.
Done some really good click-based quality of life, less clicks. I'm always keen to see, like, for a lot of that stuff that's very spam clicky. Something that was asked was the idea of consolidating harbinger shards in particular. Seems like it's pretty painful to farm for people that enjoy that, but you know, can only do it for a brief stretch. And Octavian was saying there was something about that happening.
I think we did do something with that, and
yeah,
it came up when we initially were speccing all the QOL changes and like things that are just like easy wins and improvements.
Yeah,
it came up. I just don't have 100% memory recall on if we decided to do it like now. It might actually just be in the patch notes. I don't know. There's like 50-50. It might just be like already like. I think what we do is drop less of them, get rid of some of the bad ones, and drop more of the good ones, but like fewer overall stacks. You know, higher more in the stacks and less of all the pitter patter that you end up kind of filtering out anyway. So hopefully we did that, and then it's in. If we haven't, then it's very clearly on the radar and will come soon.
Cool. Nice. I like this. So you had this thing. It was like, what? We need 10 quality of life improvements for each update, right? It's like bare minimum.
Yeah.
I like this. It's been paying off. I think it's you get those nice little teasers. I'm pretty hyped building in the lead up to it. I'm like, oh yes, give me that quality of life.
It's
juicy.
very important for a game again with so much replayability and people coming back and playing that you just start you remove a lot of this friction. You don't want to obviously make it frictionless, because some of the fun comes from a little bit of friction here and there, and in some regards. But like, there's things where it's like, you know.
Yeah.
This obviously doesn't need to be this way.
The little things that erode your enjoyment of the time.
Yeah. And honestly, there's a little bit of a time factor to it. It's like the longer it's been in, the more like it's like, okay, at this point, come on now. We've added some other like friction and something in some other way here. We can take away from some of it over here. You know, you don't want it to become a spreadsheet. For sure, but at the end of the day, you don't want it to just become, as we add more and more features, more and more content, it's going to, everything will have their little thing, and it's going to become growingly more annoying over time. So it's important as you add some things that require, you know, manual intervention, you start removing some of the other ones and streamlining them, and so it's because the game is so replayed for so long, it's really, really, really important at this point that we are addressing as many things as we can per league to make sure that, you know, you don't just get a build up of annoyance over the course of a long period of time.
Yeah, so my hands are very much thanking you as well for a lot of these changes. Oh,
yeah, good.
Sweet relief.
Those ones are always a good win, but like some of them, like the Spectre thing and, the heist thing, there's so many that are just like, I mean, they're not... Are they QOL? Yeah, kind of. I mean, they do improve quality of life to some regard, but it's honestly kind of balance as well. It's just like, it doesn't need to be this way anymore, so let's just change it. But yeah. I don't know. We try and think of as many as possible. I love my bingo cards. I don't think I've had too many recently, so feel free to put some more bingo cards through. I love the ideas.
The bingo cards
they can
going.
look, if you don't have 20, it doesn't have to be a 5x5 grid. You can make a 2x2 bingo card. It can, if you can't think of more than 4 things, or just have 4. If you only have one thing, just a single cell bingo card.
They fixed it.
It's
They
also
fixed it in the
fine.
last patch or what? They already fixed it?
We do
Easy
take a
bingo.
moment to sit down and go like, what do we want to fix? We crowdsource. We go to our QA. We talk to other designers here who play and stuff, and we're just like, what annoys you the most? And then we try and come up with something. So yeah,
it's good.
I don't know. It's actually quite a fun process, and I think this time around we've got some pretty good winners.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, asynchronous trade, not to mention.
Yeah, I mean that's the big and obvious
That's the
thing.
big
But
one, yeah. Woohoo, pretty nice. So, thank you very much, guys, for the chat today. I look forward to playing some more. And we'll see you fine folks in 327.
Yeah, excellent.
Round of applause. All right, you guys want a summary? How much did I reach page 5? Did I reach page 5? That's the question. No. Or wait. Almost. We're at the bottom of page 4. Okay, so it started at 2, so it was about almost 3 hours of content. No, I'm going to try to do this as fast as I can. All right, I'm going to do my best here. All right. All right, so we just watched nearly 3 hours of Path of Exile 1 content. Like always, Grinding Gear Games is absolutely cooking. They're just dominating as they usually do. It's ridiculous how they keep doing this. So I'm going to go over the presentation and then the Q&A and try to cut through it as fast as we can. So it launches on 10/31, so next week. It's going to be amazing. And essentially, the main idea of this expansion is to expand Breach, which is one of their oldest league mechanics where you essentially just kill a bunch of monsters. It's the first ever league that they did like a sequel or they relaunched a league ever in their history. New monsters, new UI, it tracks your progress. I listed monsters twice, new bosses, new loot. There's 4 different ways that you'll experience Breach. You either burn their structures down. It essentially turns you into a righteous fireman. You just burn down everything that they have. There's no doors or anything. You burn down like the city that they're building, and then you piss them off. And then you get more rewards for the more things that you burn. And it gives you some nuke buttons if you don't have a good build to run around and help you clear them out easier. There's also the classic Breach where you just kill enough to progress a bar, then it'll spawn an elite or a boss. And then the timer only applies to the progression bar. Once you've spawned the bosses or the elites, you have all the time in the world that you need to kill them. Then there's a pretty rare Sky Fortress map where you go into the Breach and into their massive city, and then you reach the center and there's a big epic battle with an escape sequence. I don't know, I picture some Indiana Jones type of thing. And then of course there's a new boss. It wouldn't be a Path of Exile 1 update if we didn't get an entirely new tree. Honestly, there's only one bullet point here, but this does not do it justice. It's another gigantic tree where you can use it to produce currency and uniques and equipment and graphs, and later on in the Q&A, they ask some more specific things. But you can really, really customize your experience. And for the most part, it actually seemed pretty intuitive. Like some players might be like, oh my God, another tree. I can't take another one of these. But it actually seemed pretty intuitive from what they showed. So It's kind of just like, well, if you want to craft boots, you select, oh, this tree is going to grow me boots with movement speed, and I don't want cold modifiers on it, and then it just grows and you get what you want. Graphs. So I guess they took this from Elden Ring. That's one of the best games ever. Where was it Godric the Grafted, where you fuse body parts and they give you passive abilities, skills, defensive buffs, crowd control. It's a good way to just finalize different things on your build, and it'll probably be the case from what they were discussing that it's very powerful early game, and maybe it falls off in the end game when you make like your ultimate character. There's 16 different graft types. You can get a second graft slot if you get far enough into the league. And then you can craft the tree to tailor your rewards, similar as the Genesis tree that we discussed above. And then part of the unique tree, these two things are in the wrong spot. This is why this is confusing. This should be here. Suck at taking notes. One thing about the unique thing that they'll get into later in more detail is they have the ability, and they try to go through like hundreds of the different uniques that they had, where you have the ability to re-roll one of the stats on the unique, and we'll get to it later, but it could potentially make it way more powerful. So now all the uniques that you may have known with this Genesis tree could be even more powerful than anything you've seen before. There's lots of new skills and supports. We'll see them in the patch notes. They're not out yet, but we'll see them all. A lot of things it looked like for bow, and a lot of things for wands. So kind of feels bad for melee, but I always saw like a tornado shot thing or a wind shot. We saw a lightning and a tornado shot, like hybrid. We saw different kinetic spells in their presentation. Bloodline classes. So now you have a secondary ascendancy. It pairs with any base ascendancy, so more permutations to make your character. And then the league bosses are going to unlock them. So you can kind of pick and choose what do you want your secondary ascendancy to be. It's just more customization for your character. They added 3 new Uber bosses, and you get the fragments from T17. And they showed one skill for each of them that they changed, but they said in the Q&A that actually 10 to 15 of their skills have changed. The bosses just looked way harder. Awesome content for the really dedicated players. And there's new godly loot. For example, they showed a headhunter for minions, where minions steal the affixes of the rares that you kill, or something like that. So Gassie's going to be quite pleased. There's also a ton of quality of life. High starts at max level. You can re-roll your Atlas tree with gold, and you can re-roll all nodes in the trees with 1 click. There's mass identify now, and it doesn't require scrolls of wisdom. So it's like Deckard Cain. You can swap between alts and augs by holding the alt key when you're crafting. Usually you use these two together, so that'll be a lot faster than clicking them. Blight chests can be opened like in the groups, so you don't have to click each one. Kirac missions show what they are visually. You can chain open stack decks now. Val orbs can be used on essences, and you can click a single button to level up all of your skills, because they usually level up in bunches as you go through the campaign. They're bringing the whole new trade system in from POE2 because it was a big success. So it's moving into POE1, where you can essentially just completely trade, not only completely in-game, but also you can trade while you're offline. You put your stuff up from sale, you can go to sleep, and everything will be sold. Now we get into the Q&A. Just going to rapid fire this. Are they feeling better about their releases? Because they have been noticeably stressed about trying to make this in POE2 for like a year. Yes, they feel better about their releases between the 2 games. Also, they're hiring. So if you want to be a game developer for grinding gear games, check them out. They're hiring. Are they sticking to 6? Are they still sticking to 6 releases per year, 3 for each game? Yes, and their philosophy is they're going to make the timelines. So if the timeline is coming up for a POE1 release and they don't have everything done, they go with what they have. So they're going to stick to their schedule no matter what. That's their plan. were they worried about doing an evolved league or redoing a league? And they said yes, because if they pick something that people didn't initially like, then you're going to already alienate a bunch of people from playing it. But Breach is usually pretty universally liked because it's just kill a shitload of enemies. And they seemed very confident that the new update for Breach would be way better. I mean, I play Breach all the time, actually in both games, POE1 and POE2. It's one of my favorite mechanics. And the presentation that they gave, it does seem much better with what we're getting. So I don't think people are going to be super upset about it right from the beginning without trying it. Are they going to be doing a lot more of these revisited league mechanics? And they said, no, they're still going to focus on releasing new content, but they might also redo some other league mechanics. I said, what's a league you wouldn't want to redo? And they said Blight could be very divisive, but they were explaining that there's a difference between redoing everything and updating something. So they're saying they might not redo Blight, like move away from it being a tower defense mechanic, but they could certainly do a bunch of updates to it. I mean, one of the biggest updates they could do to Blight is make it not burn through everybody's PCs at the highest level. Are the old Breach mechanics still in the game? On Standard, the old stuff is there, but the new League mechanic is just a full replacement with the new system. You can still get all the old rewards by playing the new system, but they save the old stuff. If for some reason everybody hates it, they can revert it. Have Breach rings been reworked? Yes. That's all we got. Unique crafting looks crazy with the different modifiers. How many did they add? They said they just worked until they ran out of time. It's not going to be the majority of the uniques, but I don't know the number, but there's hundreds, if not 1,000 uniques in PoE1. So I wouldn't expect the tree to be able to manipulate all of them because they like handcrafted which stats could be removed for what, because it usually removes the fluff stats or the downsides. It's not going to remove the main identity of the unique, which is good, because if it did, it would probably just instantly brick the item. And if people love it, then they'll do it for all the uniques. I expect this to go over very well, so that's just another thing on their plate, another massive undertaking for them. How impactful are graphs going to be in the end game, because they'll be powerful in the early game? They said that they'll probably be powerful for a very long time, but with the power levels that you reach in PoE1, eventually they probably won't matter. They purposely don't scale with your character stats to open up the viabilities and the possibilities for different builds. Are you ever going to put WASD in PoE1? Yes, but they have to get all the rigs fully completed between the two games. They said it's not going to be soon. This is a huge undertaking. So all you WASD players, it's going to be like probably at least a year, something like that. Will merging the rigs make the graphics look better when they're done with it? Yes. How do you feel about the T17 modifiers? I've got to be honest, I was so impressed with their answer. Like, they talked about it for probably 10 straight minutes. But what they talked about demonstrated like a real, true, extreme knowledge of the game. Because last league I ran, I have no idea, like at least 500 T17 maps. I just ran them all day. And they essentially agree that they have to go back to the drawing board at T17. It just needs a full redesign, because it's a balance of, it needs to be challenging content because it's like the second hardest thing in the game. The hardest thing in the game is supposed to be the pinnacle bosses, and the T17s are the things that you do to get the keys to go fight the pinnacle boss. So it has to be challenging, but this is their words. They said T17s aren't sustainable, literally, because you usually have to go buy the maps from other people unless you use the crazy like cartography scarab setup. And they're also not fun. No one thinks drowning orbs are fun. 99% of people don't think not doing damage 30% of the time is fun. People don't like the saw blades. Like a lot, like you're blocking so many of the modifiers because you hate them that it does need a full redesign. So hearing them say that, and hearing them talk about, they were able to rattle off why it was bad, how they manipulate the map modifiers, how people are just doing the risk scarabs, and then you have to go trickster or juggernaut to even survive it. I was very impressed with how much they really knew about what the problems were and why. It's just something you would not see from most developers, I don't think. The endgame Atlas tree is well liked, but you usually overhaul endgame systems. Are you going to overhaul it, or are you happy with it? They said overhauling anything is always on the table, but they just need the manpower and the time to do it. Even the POE1 Atlas tree can be improved, and they said they already have multiple parts planned for it, and you'll see their creations later on. How do you approach balancing ascendencies? They always look at the least played class, so this time it's the assassin. What about balancing weak skills? They have a decent amount of numerical changes, but some skills don't have the right scaling and just need complete reworks. They think they did enough this time to shake up the meta. They said it's an infinite task, and they'll never be done with it. Do you think energy shield stacking versus something like stacking life is imbalanced? And they said, yes, it's interesting to build it that way, but then it becomes a problem when all of the builds gravitate towards stacking the same thing. Do you ever think we shouldn't change POE1 too much away from its original identity? They said anything can be changed in POE1 at any time, but what they won't do is change what the player base likes the most about the game. And they talked about stuff like people like to be really speedy in POE1, so they're not going to move away from that. They said one of the things that they think about is POE1 is more focused on making a game for their longtime fans, and it's less about bringing in new players, whereas POE2 is definitely more focused on bringing new players to the franchise. With trading moving over to POE1, are there other features coming with it? They said they're working on things to make trade better, like remembering your previous searches, controlled clicking an item into the search thing that you want to look for, and a transaction list to see what was sold and what values. Are mercenaries coming back in the future? Yes, it's a great system for new players, but a lot of things need to change to make it core. They talked about a lot of them. They're going to fix them in the future. It will come back. Is Heist getting a full revamp with this update because it doesn't have much decision making currently? They said the updates they did to it are not enough. They would like to do more, but there were just other priorities. So there is an update to Heist, but it's not everything that they want to do. Are there going to be more changes coming to the campaign? Yes, because they want to keep things feeling fresh, and they want to make more changes. They want to put more secret, handcrafted drops in different areas so people don't just blast through everything. I think most of the veterans will still blast through everything, but it would depend on how good the rewards are. Like if you go out of your, I think there's people will go out of their way to get a reward for maybe a Quicksilver flask in the early game. So that's something. It just depends on how good the reward is for going out of your way and doing something. We'll have to see what they come up with. Will there ever be alternative ways to leveling besides doing the campaign? So can we have a campaign skip or something? And they said they discussed it once a long time ago, but no, probably not. They did say that everything is up for debate. They know that a lot of people don't like doing the campaign, but they said they are not warm on that idea at all. They'd rather just improve the campaign. How should people report bugs? Go to the bug forums. The QA team reads them. Some issues can be fixed in 5 minutes. Others take 5 weeks. They try to prioritize what they think the community cares about. Then the final one was, do you have plans for new stash tabs or more affinities for stash tabs? There's nothing planned at the moment. They don't want auto sort to become a part of the game. They don't have plans for a jewel tab, but they compromised by making a flask tab, so maybe they will make a jewel tab. So, of course, there's going to be probably a mountain of patch notes coming after this as well. But I'm consistently impressed. This seems to be a very common theme that grinding gear games, just the magnitude of the content that they deliver and just their understanding of the game. You know, as someone, I'm not exactly like the POE1 veteran around here, but I'm reaching the point of multiple thousands of hours. So I'm starting to understand what's going on here. And definitely their understanding of the game down to its very fine details is very, very refreshing. They absolutely know their game inside and out. I think this is one of the reasons why they they either deliver really good content or they're able to pick up very quickly that they messed up and they're able to fix it pretty quickly. I don't know. My faith in grinding gear games is pretty high. It's pretty high. I don't like to count my chickens before they're hatched. We've been burned so many times before, but this looks pretty promising. Looks pretty fun. Looks like another big W from my perspective. They've done it again. I mean, I don't know. It's every time. I don't know. It's every time. I don't know. They're good at what they do. And when they fuck it up, they fix it. I made that video about POE2. I said, hey, I bricked my best item. They fixed it within a week. 7 days later, it was fixed in the game. That was a pretty bad, like, there was so much at stake with that, like, UI mistake that they had, that highlighting mistake, like, that needed to be changed. It was fixed in days. I don't know. They're strong, that's for sure. How long was that? How long was that summary? That was 3 hours condensed into what? How did I do? 20 minutes? 15 minutes? I'm glad I took all those typing classes when I was a little kid. If I type slow, I'd be honest, I just straight up wouldn't do this. I have major pull. Oh, I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean like, oh, I made a video. Go fix my problem. Like, I get to cut in line. Just do. I didn't mean that. I just meant like, this particular instance is gonna harm a lot of people. It's like a major thing in your crafting system. Like this. I didn't mean it like, hey, whatever I say is important. I just meant this particular topic that I made a video on is going to harm a lot of people. I think you got to fix it like now for everybody else's sake. Crossplay wasn't brought up, Riser. Very, very strong. Very strong update again. Well, what I'm going to be doing, guys, is tomorrow I'm going to start practicing. I don't know what. I'll probably try different things or try to pick a league starter or something. Tomorrow I'll probably read the patch notes. I'll probably hang it up here. I'll throw you over to DM or something. I know DM's going to read all the patch notes, so I'll throw you over there. But tomorrow I'm going to move to POE1. I've been playing Baldur's Gate all week. I love that game. I would like to play more, but I better I haven't decided. Like, if I finish it off stream, I think people are going to be real sad because I think people want to see me finish it. So I might just shelve it while we just blast POE1 for a while. I have a headache. I usually don't get headaches. That's something that does not usually happen for me. I very rarely get them. Yeah, maybe I'll play POE1 for half days and do Baldur's Gate for the end. But apparently there's just so much more content for me to do. Apparently I'm not... People keep telling me I'm not even close to being done. I'm not 5% in. I've got to be way further than that. I just started Act 2, but we did every single thing in Act 1, right? All right, guys. I'm going to raid DM. He'll cover the patch notes. I'll probably read the patch notes tomorrow on stream, but I'm going to call it here. Tomorrow we'll play POE1. We'll start to warm up. If any of you guys are watching, if you played POE2, but you're kind of like iffy on POE1 or you just don't like POE1, maybe in the next week or so I can convince you to play it. In my opinion, I think POE1 is the best ARPG. There's a lot of people who think that. There's a lot of people who think that. Like a lot. Not D4. I don't know anybody that thinks Diablo 4 is the best ARPG. I don't even think Blizzard thinks that. Do I think POE1 is better than POE2 right now? Oh yeah. POE2 will constantly catch up. POE2 is a great game. It's getting better and it's catching up. But is it better than POE1? No. No. It's going to take another year at least to get there. Thank you so much for being here, guys. Thank you so much for all the subs. I was trying to be quiet while they were talking. Say hi to DM. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for being here.